Welcome everyone to another Doggo Draws. This time we're doing a picture titled A Sappy Satisfaction, because that is the sappy title I've decided on. We have another Leafeon picture, another Aspen picture specifically, this week. Here's Aspen having eaten someone and being quite sappy about it. Now, a little reminder of his backstory. He's an ex-human, got turned into a Leafeon via a transformative sap. That sap stuck around inside of him, so when he drools, it's sap. So yeah, very sticky boy. Also, he is capable of naval Vore, which is also why his belly button could be a bit sticky as well. It may be weird to some of you, but I love this character. He's a great. I had fun writing him. He has like a 2-chapter short story, given his origins. I don't do that for every character, but I'm glad I did for him. It was a lot of fun. But, yeah, before we begin drawing or coloring this up, if you like what you are seeing, please do like the video. And if you haven't subscribed yet, what you doing? Come subscribe to see all the weird stuff I do. Also, come by my Twitch, hang out with me, interact, talk to me. I like to talk to people. And you can help me reach partner via your attendance, which is something we're trying to aim for, and it would benefit, like, not just my Twitch, not just you guys, not just me, but also benefit my content for YouTube. So help me get partner, guys. Come on, let's get 75 average viewers. Also, we have a pretty cool Discord community. A lot of nice people there if you want to check that out. Also, we have a stream boost challenge. Sweet, I didn't even know we had that going. Cool. Let's see how quickly we boost that. Those macros working proper. Sound like I had a little stumble. I hit the wrong. Every single scene. Every single. My art, so I have like an art scene, I have a gaming scene, I have a playing by the pound scene, I have a poke roll scene. Every scene has a different key combination that triggers the macro for the startup thing. And that's just by necessity. Every scene needs a different one. So I hit the key command for a different scene. And not for this one it's Control Alt comma. For gaming it's Control Alt period. For poke roll it's Control Alt P. For playing by the pound, it's Control Alt M. Yeah, it's easy enough to enter the wrong command. It's not a big deal. It doesn't do anything. Actually, I might have turned on the. I might have turned that announcement on another feed now, but whatever. I'll just turn it back off later. But yeah, so let's get to drawing, and also Crimson. Don't think I didn't acknowledge that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Also, Crimson might be single-handedly helping, like, just fun things. I don't know, man. He's awesome. But yeah. So like I said, Aspen here, he actually could do naval Vore. It's kind of the sap inside of his belly forces him to eat, forces him to. He's raised to be a normal human, but the sap in his belly constantly causes him to hunger. And that sap in his belly is also opened a direct route to his belly via the belly button. Which is also why we have a bit of a gapey, leaky situation with that. I don't actually know. This Vore picture could actually be oral Vore, or it could be naval Vore. It's really up to... I guess it's kind of up to viewer preference, because it could be either. Both are drooling, so it's hard to say. But yeah, so I have a few things to talk about. First off, I think I'll go over why this stream was a bit late. Last night was very heavy. Like, remarkably heavy. Nothing bad happened to me, but I spent like 10 hours talking to 3 different people. All of who were going through some really real shit. Friends. And I just was... I plucked myself down, emotionally invested myself, and offered a ton of advice to help these people out. And it was very draining, to put it simply. Like, not to complain too much, because, you know, they're having a bad situation. But it reminds me of my old days. In the old days, I didn't ever really... I didn't value my own emotional energy, and I would oftentimes give it to too many people back in the day. So this level of exhaustion, just like giving myself emotion to others, I haven't done that in a while. But I did last night because of just the simply put, the dire straits people were in. I felt it necessary and worth the exhaustion. That is mostly the reason I'm late. I am a little bit late because I went to bed a little bit later than intended, but I'm glad I did. Arc helped me out a fair bit. For anybody, I hope you don't mind me talking a little bit about you, Arc. For anybody not aware, Arc's been around the fandom for a very long time. Longer than I have actually existed. And even Caleb, the original personality of this body who isn't with us anymore, knew of Arc. I've never talked to Arc. Caleb never talked to Arc until recently. I got introduced thanks to Evok recommending me, which I got to talk to Evok thanks to All World. So it's this nice little chain of events. But Arc got to talk to me. It's been a really nice time hanging out with Arc. I've always noticed that Arc is a very selfless and kind person. They've always gotten artwork with others for, like, literally over a decade of Vore artwork, of them climbing into the predators, of usually the artist's characters, and just giving them an internal massage, just to make them happy, just to relax them. It was very wholesome, and that's Arc's thing. They've been doing that for literally a long time. So it always kind of spoke to the sort of personality Arc had, even though I've never talked to Arc until recently. But seeing it firsthand, I could definitely see that Arc is a very good person. 20 years. So you've been doing art like that for 20 years. Goodness. So he's a cute griffin that does that? Yeah. If you've seen a small griffin climb into preds willingly and give them a massage all over, not just hanging out on their belly, but also going to the end of their tail and, you know, climbing into parts of the body you wouldn't even expect. That is Arc. Arc has been doing that for such a long time. It's great. Honestly, I love it. It's just so wholesome. But I went to bed a little bit later because me and Arc have had a couple RP sessions, I guess you could say. And as a mental creature, as a you know, I'm one of multiple personalities. And as a mental creature, I don't really RP, partially because I don't have a lot of time to. But also because when I RP, it's a little bit intimate for me. It's not just these external character actions. It's stuff I, to some degree, personally feel. Like, as if it actually happened. So RP is something I don't do with many people. Because it's a bit intimate. But it was nice to have Arc. Because, as you can imagine from my descriptions, Arc was very doting. And, to put it very simply, relaxed my mind and let me sleep better. Twice now. Twice has put me... It was like a couple nights ago, I was just feeling really anxious. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I just feel really tense before I go to bed. And I know if I go to bed in that state, I'm just going to lay there. I'm not going to actually fall asleep. And that just happens sometimes, because I just get busy. I just get my mind overloaded. But to put it simply, Arc has simplified my mind a couple times, and that's been really, really good for sleep. It's been nice experiences, to put it simply. It's just nice. Arc. It's just nice hanging out with somebody with such a strong sense of empathy. I'm quite a hugely empathetic creature myself, but I rarely find people that match my empathy, let alone surpass it, like you do. And it's nice. It's nice to be hanging out with somebody that knows how to resonate with other people to that degree. There's so many people. I'm not judging those who don't have a strong sense of empathy, so don't worry. You know, don't feel called out here or feel bad. And empathy is something that needs time to be worked on. You need to socialize with people. You need to take your time to observe them and try to pick up on pick up on their body language, pick on how their voice sounds, pick up on things they say, and just kind of observe and, you know, read the emotional value of what they present to you. It takes work. It's not even something that I would say like you can train on. It's just something you pick up. Asperger's syndrome. You know, I didn't actually know that, but it kind of makes sense too. Like I've have a couple friends besides you that have Asperger's too. I myself probably have something. I definitely have weird anxieties and such that don't quite make sense to me. Like I'm glad I got into this job, like doing streaming. I'm glad this can be a career, because in the past I tried more retail stuff and I don't know, I'm too emotionally sensitive. I can't handle bad customers and stuff. It all hurts. It's the world is too much for me to bear, to put it simply. Like when it comes to just being out and having to be, not just customers too, like bad employees, bad bosses. It's just I break down. I really do break down. I can't handle it. But this environment is an environment I can handle, and I'm really quite blessed to be able to do this. But and as I share this somber moment, we hear my boyfriend yelling in the background at his friends as he does. If I hear him yelling though, I know he's having a good day, so that's good. I'm glad he's having a good day. But yeah, what I was gonna say though was I think I've observed that people with some mental like disorders and stuff, sometimes they are more attuned emotionally, which is weird. That even applies to the mental disorders that usually involve less empathy or less emotional connection. Like, I still think that connection is formed. It's just formed a different way. I had no idea I had that kind of legacy to charm and deep into. You do. I don't trust easily. I'm friendly with everyone, but I have learned not to trust easily. And Ark, to put it quite simply, I would normally never get so involved in like RP and involvement. Like the involvement I've had of you, with given the amount of time I've known you, this is a very fast amount of time for me to be up for RP and stuff. Well, like honestly, that's rare for anybody to be in an RP. I mean, even people really close to me, I don't really shoot RP. But to put it simply, I've gone to trust you quicker than I do with most, and that is because I have seen your personality and heart through, well, I guess 20 years of art. Like, it's pretty obvious looking at not just looking at your art, but like looking at your account and looking at what you write about the art and how you interact with people, that you're just a good person, and that spoke to me a long time ago. I never bothered you. I don't like to bother people if it isn't obvious. I'm not great at being the first one to contact, but it became so obvious to me that you were a good person a long time ago, and speaking to you confirmed that, so I quickly grew to trust you. Oh shit, that's a massage grip. Yes, it is. See, I'm glad that everybody, seriously, the massage grip, it really does. I don't think anybody does what Ark does, at least not to the degree that Ark does. The idea of Vore massages is something that others do, but man, the level of wholesomeness that Ark does it with, though, very rare for other people to do that. You're welcome, Ark. Some people say that art isn't that important. You know, just some fiction, and yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, it's just art. It's not technically the most important thing, but it can leave an impression. It can be quite the symbol. And, heck, I guess the reason I got into art in the first place is because it helped me connect with things that I can't see in real life. You know, as a mental personality, as a creature that doesn't exist in the physical world, art's my way to express myself. Art is my way to exist. None of you would know what a Shadox was if it wasn't for art, you know? Like, it lets me exist. It lets me form, and it's nice. And beyond that, it lets other things form too. Other people's characters can form via it. Other people's desires and personality can blossom through art. They can show really kind gestures through art that they wouldn't otherwise be able to show because of just simple things like distance. Like, you know, giving somebody a hug and some art because you live in a different country than me. You cannot give them a real hug, but you can give them this hug. Stuff like that. May I post a link? Oh, feel free. I'm like one of 7 people in the world as a massage geek. I don't think you're right. I think there's other people that have that interest. Like, I assume we can say that a kink doesn't always have to be sexual, right? Because I'd say that I have some kinks that are both. Like, generally speaking, if I have an interest, most of the time, with most interests, like, especially when it comes to, like, furry stuff, I will enjoy it both platonically and sexually. Like, I generally have both of those interests. So, I would say with massaging that I could have it both ways, too. Not too crazy. An origin story that shows the entirety of massage. I'm gonna click this just to put it in my Just to put in my browser history. I'm going to look at this later. I'm very curious. Messages sound nice. Messages? Messages! Also, I hope the volume's okay. I was messing around with it. Some of the songs that I've been playing are quite loud, though, so... Oh, you know what? I need to do something. There is one thing that Key missed on the line work. Not a big deal, because I actually can do line work. I just prefer coloring. But I can totally do line work, so... And also, this is very simple to add. Maybe a bit bigger than that. Maybe 4? Is 4 too small? No, 4's... Actually, let me turn off the size. This might be better with... yeah. Dots and dots. He's a freckle boy. Can't forget the freckles. But how many freckles is too many freckles? Actually, maybe the freckles should be a bit bigger on this side. Because of perspective. Is that good? What do you think? I think that looks pretty well balanced. Makes it very obvious where to put his freckles because he's got these pudgy cheeks going on. Do you think he has something in his mouth? I think it's possible. Love how these paws squish out. Very nice. Of course, Key. It's a fun thing, because Aspen isn't just a Leafeon. He's an ex-human-turned-Leafeon, so it allowed me to keep a few details that a Leafeon wouldn't normally have, such as a belly button, freckles, and also the fact that he can stand on 2 legs. He's technically a feral Leafeon. If he drops down on all 4s, you couldn't tell a difference, really. But he has just enough an anatomical structure to stand on 2 legs, if a little bit clumsily. Which I think was a fun design choice. I like the idea of like a creature that's basically ferally built, but they can still go on 2 legs. I don't have many characters that work that way. You know, it's not really anthro. It's like a feral that can do the two pawsies. Like a Pikachu. Yeah, like a Pikachu. And that's the last time. What you got there? Is that a different link or the same? Oh, it's the same. Yeah, I'll look at that later. I'm curious. Obviously, I want to draw for now, but yeah. So I don't know. I just feel like it's weird. I feel like I was feeling pretty emotional. I'm still a little bit emotionally exhausted because of earlier, but I also feel like I slept pretty well. I didn't sleep long enough, admittedly. I did wake myself up before 8 hours of sleep, sadly, but that's okay. I can catch it up. More importantly, is I was re-emotionally aligned by Ark's efforts, which I appreciate very deeply. Just feeling good. Just, I don't know how to put it. Feeling doggish. Admittedly, I'm not quite as draconic right now because of the massages and such, which is fine. But honestly, though, draconic form massage, that is not a bad idea. But I did revert for Ark. I felt more doggish at the time. But draconic massage is definitely a decent idea. Once I get the form, once I get a new art of the form, yeah, I'll ask Anika, especially if you can share, especially Ark, if you can share the Discord. I will talk to Anika and see if she's up for that. Because, yeah, she would definitely be the best pick for helping me redesign. Basically, the draconic picture, it's mostly changes like becoming Western is the biggest change. Like, I'm in Eastern right now, but I want to try Western out. It's kind of an experiment, admittedly. I think I'll enjoy it, but it would probably handle the chonk a bit better. Feeling doggy because you were safe. Yeah. That's a good summary. Okay, I'll check that info out after the stream. But let's see, what else? What was the other thing I was going to talk about? Oh yeah. So the other thing about the audio work, right? So I have a passion for audio work, and that passion exists because, and I'm going to say his name wrong, and I'm sorry, Jesk the Squirrel. His name is Jescke, I believe. I'm not actually sure how you pronounce that. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. But he's a guy that's been in the fandom for a while too. He does Vore audio work, and has done it for a while. He kind of I would say he kind of originated the idea of doing that. Like, other people do it probably because of him, including myself. I haven't done a Vore audio, like a proper one like he does, but what I have done is I have done a change related like transformation audio that was quite a complex project. Holy crap, that was a complex project, but it was very good. It's up on my FA. I can't share it, sadly, because it does have adult undertones, so can't share that directly. But if you're the right age, you can find it on my FA account. So, but I wrote a log for the audio alongside of it too, like explaining what was going on in each part of the audio and stuff, much like he does. So very much he inspired me. I never talked to him though until, interestingly enough, I did just get to talking with him. So he also made a table. He also made like a game for Roll20, like a board game called Nom. And some of you may remember it. I played it on Playing by the Pound because somebody else took it and put it on Tabletop Simulator. So we played that. It was kind of it's clearly like graphically a bit outdated, like it was made a while ago, but it was a lot of fun. But what's interesting is that I also know this guy named Kevin, or Anthras, who's actually the guy who got me into Crotchbelly Vore. He is making a Nom 2. So, but he needed somebody, he has it on Roll20, but he needed somebody for getting on Tabletop Simulator, and I am somewhat adept at that, and I also know Essler, who is also very adept at that. So I got those two hooked up, and they started working on that. But in the process, I learned that there was a little bit of confusion going on, and I ended up starting talking to Jess, and he didn't actually know about the project first. He approves of it now, but there's a little bit of miscommunication going on that ended up resolving quite fine, thankfully. And he's okay with the project. But in the process, I got to talk with him, and turns out he was rather happy to learn I did a playthrough of his, that I did a stream on YouTube of his original board. And well, hopefully he's willing to exchange Discords with me. I think that I haven't seen his latest response, but suffice to say, he's actually going to be joining in to when I play Nom 2. He's gonna, like, the original creator of this whole board game concept is gonna play with us, which is really cool. And also just talking to him is really nice. He's a nice guy. I also told him about the audio stuff, like how he kind of inspired me and stuff. So yeah, it's just been nice talk with him. It seems he also wants to do like a remaster of his board. So that would be cool. I'll play that too if he does. Actually, it seems like my video inspired him to want to remaster it. Some of that might have been, oh gosh, they're playing that board on his video. Oh gosh, that board's so outdated, I really should update it. I think that part of it was that, but hey, you know what? It's good. I'm happy to inspire people. Nom 1. Let me see if I can find it. Fortunately, my series title, Playing by the Pound, which is what I use that's the title for all my Vore and Fatfur video stuff. If you search Playing by the Pound Nom, you can find it. So here's a link to it if you just want a link. When in doubt, search Playing by the Pound and then a name of a game I played and you'll find it. Google searches work for this. Add a random Google document link. What's this? The roll thing for Nom 2. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Esther's almost got the Nom 2 board ready, actually. He's done it really quickly. It wasn't much of a project for him. He's pretty good at this stuff. I can also work on TTS projects, and I probably would have helped out too. Except for, you know, I'm just really busy right now. I'm in Kevin's Discord. Kevin's a nice guy. Very excitable fella. But yeah, so there's some interesting news. I don't know when we'll get around to playing them too. It could happen as soon as Friday. But I think more likely next week. What's up with all the loud songs playing? Ah, here we go. Ooh, this is a good one. Have a polka roll song. I wrote lyrics to this one. I've shared them before, but maybe I should share them again. Where are they? Hold on, I know where they are. The song is Dragon's Path. It's a Dragon Dungeon later. And I wrote lyrics because it has history. Cars just approved of them, so I know they're okay. I'll sing it. Why not? I just need to find the part of the song I need to sing it at. I forget. Let's see. Where do these notes go? They should be here. No, not there. No? Where'd it go? It should be in this folder. Singing in Tucker's voice. Oh, that's interesting. I could try that. Tucker doesn't have... I will say Tucker's a little more off-key than me, but it probably would be cute. Hold on. I'm gonna... I know... I may have lost the information, but I know where it is still. Let's just... Here we go. Okay. There we go. I'm just gonna write this down with the song this time so I don't lose it. Gonna put a little text file in here. Let's see. And then I'll sing it. Okay, there we go. Okay, here you go, have a song. And I guess I'll Tucker sing it since you redeemed for that. It's basically just one particular part I sing a chorus to, so when it comes up, I'll sing it. This is a pretty cool dungeon, though. I look forward to when we check it out in the game. For those unaware, Pokerroll is my Pokemon Mystery Dungeon D&D campaign that we have played for over 2 years now, me and some friends, and we have streamed it every other Wednesday. Come watch it, it's cool. We have a huge soundtrack and everything. Okay, I think the part's coming up. I will try my best. Tucker doesn't sing well, but let's see how it goes. Oh. Couldn't quite remember the timing. Let me reverse. Good. And, come on, Pen Tool. Rewind the song, Pen Tool. Alright. Pen Tool doesn't know how to rewind the song. Okay, let me try that again.
Oh, the many paths that they ever pave, with claw and scale and still darkened cave, Many in might, infernal divine, that be that dragon's way, that be also mine. Oh, the many paths that they ever pave, with claw and scale, and still darken cave. Many in might, infernal divine, that be that dragon's way, that be also mine.
Just basically chanting that over and over again. I will sing it in my normal voice too, though. Because my normal voice could sing better. For anybody that couldn't catch the lyrics, here they are. Let me separate them out for you. Try your most Sturgy voice. I don't think I could sing. I think I could sing worse in that voice than the Tucker's voice. If you want this here, if you want this sung or chanted in a draconic voice, I'll do it later. If you really want that, once I can pitch bend it to sound more draconic, it would be kind of appropriate to perhaps chant that, in my Shidoxian voice. I'm gonna replay the song just so I can sing it with my normal voice stuff. Edit to be a Shidoxian. Basically, yeah. Also, you know what? I'm just gonna play Pokerol music after this. You're gonna get this sung in my normal voice now. I like this song. I don't mind it played twice. The point of this dungeon will basically be, it is an ancestral grounds for dragon types. There are corpses of dragons. Like, the bones of dragons exist everywhere around the place where they live. It seems kind of morbid that they live around the bones of their own kind, but there is a certain respect and reverence to doing so that they hold. Basically the idea that these dragons may have passed, but they have not left the memory. They exist. They are still here. They are still used as part of the decor and part of the you know, their spirits are still there, basically. And that's why the somewhat morbid environment exists. Because it's not morbid to them, it's respect. It's not just dead dragons, by you, it's living dragons too that are there.
Oh, the many paths that they ever pave, with claw and scale and still darken cave. Many in might, infernal divine, that be the dragon's way, that be also mine. Oh, the many paths that they ever pave, with claw and scale and still darken cave. Many in might, infernal divine, that be the dragon's way, that be also mine. Oh, the many paths that they ever pave, with claw and scale and still darken cave. Many in might, infernal divine, that be the dragon's way, that be also mine.
Also, I'm really happy with those lyrics, though. It sounds like a proper, like, chant. Is the area based in the Mist Continent? I won't tell you that. Also, I'm not sure. Could be. Be a logical place for it. The Mist Continent will be basically us going to classic Dungeons and Dragons with our game. since it is basically a medieval continent. I love singing. Singing pours out the soul. I appreciate singing. I don't have formal training with music composition, singing, etc., but I don't need it. In fact, if anything, it would hurt me to have it. I prefer learning via emotion and passion. When it comes to creative things, I honestly can't learn by academics. It just doesn't work. You know what? I just realized Key Squid drew the vein of the leaf with a prominent thickness. Does the vein of a leaf have a different color? Normally? I'm not actually sure. I'll have to look up leaves. Oh, Drizzle Woods. Drizzle Woods. It's always raining there. A thick layer of dew mist covers the area. Water types are quite common in this forest. The brick forest. He'd probably feel his scales nice and revitalized and moist from all the dew. Hello, Essler. Hey, Essler, we talked about Nom 2 a little bit. Just kind of gave everybody a heads up about that. Ah, Dungeon of Toys. Another fun song. This is for so there might be a side event where the daycare Pokemon that Tucker has been tending to and such, they might make a dungeon. They might make a story, and we might play a little story. We might play a little dungeon that they made. Not an actual dungeon, just basically something they came up with their imagination. Just a little side of it. Kind of inspired by... You guys remember Borderlands? You guys remember that one DLC where the entire DLC was just a story that that little girl character came up with? I can't remember. I don't really know Borderlands too well, but I'm sure somebody's gonna go like, oh yeah, when I say that. And it was the developer's excuse to like be all weird and fantasy and have weird things go on. Pretty good excuse. It was a pretty adorable concept, honestly. I don't know Borderlands that well, but yeah. That is the kind of idea with this song. That's it. That's it, Hyper. For those unaware, basically Taitia is like this one character in the game that the heroes rescue or get to know. And she basically sits them down, you know, these grizzled warriors that, you know, mercenaries and such. Sits them down and has them play D&D with her, basically. And that's the game. That's the DLC. The DLC has them shooting their way through what Taitia comes up with. It's pretty great. I'm sorry, did you say no Vore on set? No? Did you? You said that. I didn't say that. Where'd you hear that? Also, what does that mean? Whenever would I say no Vore? Also, what set? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. When you're full. But that's impossible. If you're full, that means you just need to stretch a bit more. That's quitter's talk. So I just realized something. No, it's fine. You're only full when you pop. Is it possible the Shinnok's getting a full? Well... yeah, kind of true, actually. Yeah, part of me is asking myself if I want to divide this picture up a bit. I might want to, actually. So for the sake of the shading, I actually might divide this, well... actually, no, it is actually better to keep it as one thing. Even if it does require an extra step, that means I could smooth it out in between it. Yeah, it's better to keep it this way. Alright. Just had a personal debate with myself about something involving shading later. While this does require portion selecting, the method I'm using right now, that portion selecting can be meshed together very nicely afterwards, which allows for a nice gradient and no harsh lines that I would have to spend more time trying to fix up. So, yeah, this actually is fine. Sal has extra stuff today. And quite sappy. The sap that he ate that transformed into a Leafeon, as well as that leaks out of him now and then, such as in his drool. It is maple and honey-like. Maple honey-like, basically, is the way I put it. Very sticky, technically very sweet. I think I said this during another stream, but if Aspen gave you a French kiss, oh my goodness, that would be a sugary delight. Ah, yes! Northern Desert, they'll repurpose for dust flats for Pokerol. Pokerol music is good. I mean, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music is good, you know? I'm mostly using original songs for Pokerol, but there are some remixes here and there. Because, well, why not? You know what, actually? I'm just gonna do an overlay color on that. I'm not gonna bother coloring over that. I'll adjust it in a minute. That should be a top layer, I think. So we'll just ignore that and basically paint over it. I guess that means I should do the same with the mouth drool. Also, Mist got a little bit excited there. Mist wants to French kiss Aspen. I've learned this now. somebody wants to very much enjoy the sap. I see. To be fair, though, it probably would be quite delectable. I almost have to wonder if one consumed enough of the sap he kind of produced. Actually, it isn't just sap that's stuck in his belly from before. It's actually his body does generate it itself now too. If you were to, my goodness, he technically, it'd be weird. He'd never do it because he would be too bashful about it. Reminder: he only really overeats and does Vore when he's kind of left his human mind for a bit, because the sap in his belly tells him that he's hungry and that he needs to eat. And basically, he can go feral. He can drop himself into a feral period for a bit of time, kind of losing his sentience for a little bit and just nomming up things. In that state, kind of anything's possible. The doors are all open at that point, but He would normally be kind of like, no, why? If somebody wanted to like eat a sap. No, why you? Kind of. It would probably be his normal response, but, you know. That if he were to try to like, you know, like get into jars, he probably could sell it. It's a proper maple. It's a like I said, it's maple honey, which basically means it's kind of maple syrup, but it's also kind of honey, like too. It's like it's hard to put it in words. Think of something in between the two, because with the plant that got him, he's a maple. Obviously, he's a maple Leafeon, but I would say that the sap was purely just maple sap. It was kind of its own thing, which is kind of a mix between maple and honey. I'm sure it'd be safe to eat. Probably be good on a. It'd probably be a good peanut butter and honey replacement for the honey part. Probably could have it on pancakes and such. A maple nectar? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And safety. Well, is it safe to eat though? That is a good question. Theoretically, yes, it has. It's high in calories, but it does have a nutritional balance, much like. Well, honey's good for you. So is this would technically have some health benefits as well, I think. Though it probably also fatten you up. But the question is, since the sap that plant produced, which is the same sap that now he produces, that sap transformed him into a Leafeon after he consumed enough of it. It was kind of force-fed to him. One has to wonder if his sap would also transform others. It'd be kind of a gradual effect thing, even if I decide that is a yes, that is canonically what happens. It would be sort of a gradual effect thing. He got his belly expanded and stuffed with the stuff all at once. He got fed liters upon liters at once to transform him practically into a full Leafeon. So those just eating on a casual basis would probably not see significant transformative effects right away. They'd probably notice changes though, like I have a little fur on my arm. What's up with this? Or like, what is this weird crinkly thing growing from my butt, you know? Stuff like that. It'd probably be a gradual change and stuff. I don't know if that is to say if I accept this as a canonical thing. I'm not necessarily against it though. I am kind of intrigued to accept that because now I'm just imagining like, so like his instincts just tell him to feed. His instincts don't tell him to feed others, his sap or anything. That's not what the sap in him wants. The sap in him just wants him to eat and get fat. But if he were to if that were to be added to his instinctual feelings, and he were to like, I can imagine him just like French kissing somebody up and basically force feeding them in the process and changing them into a Leafeon as he kisses them over. It kind of reminds me of that scene from Changed with the snow leopard at that point, where that snow leopard does a French kiss to call it and transfers him into a snow leopard along the way. Which, I do like that. Romantic TF like that is kind of cool. I'm fond of that idea. Oh, whoops. I knew I forgot something. Or rather, didn't forget, I made a mistake. That's probably good, right? Wait, did you just outline the entire thing to color it? Yeah? What's so weird about that? There we go. Is that a good power marking point? I feel like it is. Actually. Trying to get the curve a little bit. I'm very bad at curves. Just set a little. just set a little... You know what? Let me turn density. It's a little easier. It seems very time-consuming. I think I know what he's talking about. I can demonstrate what he might be talking about. There is some... I have been criticized on my methods of coloring before. Though I have a defense towards it. I'll explain. Wait, what was he calling? What was Chris saying? Dirk. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's you. It's a strong U, not a weak E. Come on now. His legs don't make 100% sense to me, but that's okay. They're fat and that's what matters. Okay, that's good. American spirit are using. Of course, you made this a British thing. I say one thing, and Beerus makes it all about Britain. Of course. So anyways, let me explain something. I'll explain with a demonstration. Well, once I fix the mistake I made. You can see the mistake I made. I colored over the feet, but the feet should not be colored over. That defeats the point of separating the colors out, you could say. Oops. I was coloring the feet because, admittedly, part of the reason I like coloring is that you can kind of just get into a rhythm with it. You don't have to think about it too much. But then in the process, I might follow the wrong line if I'm not paying full attention. Or just a little bit of attention. Also, I'm just talking to you guys, so you guys are distracting, so that's why these mistakes happen. But it's okay, because I like having an audience. It's far better to get distracted because of an audience and like make a mistake than it is to just draw them without an audience, because it's very boring then. Oh, Everburn Forest. Dum da bum da da dum da bum da da dum da da dum da bum. Dum da da dum ba ba bum da 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 ba bum da dum da dum da da dum bum da bum da da dum ba bum da da dum ba da da dum da bum ba ba da 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 ba ba dum ba bum ba da dum da dum da dum da dum da dum ba da ba bum ba da da ba bum. Man, I'm disappointed. I lost a few high notes at some point in my life. It's okay, though. Do Aspen paws taste sappy? I think if you were to lick him anywhere... don't take that the wrong way. If you were to lick part of his, like, body, whether it's a foot or his belly or whatever, I think that his fur and skin would have a gentle sweetness to it, and that is simply because it isn't just, like, drool that comes out sappy. If there's any sort of sweating that he does, that would also be, well, it wouldn't be a gross sweat. It would also have some sugars to it. So I think that, yeah, basically his body oils, just any sort of perspiration would be would actually be not that unpleasant. It'd be sweet. Oh, whoops. Alright, so I was asked why I outlined in the fill tool. That was criticized a little bit there. I'm actually okay with that criticism because I'd like to explain something. So, here's how some artists work, right? Also, picture idea. So what if you were acting all pet-like, getting fed table scraps, homework the kid didn't want to do? Okay, so I'm a pet dog, and there's some kid, and they're feeding me their homework because they didn't want to do it. Scratching getting bigger from it till all the extra fees were enough. You wanted more food until the owner became part of it. And then I eat the kid. Well, I mean, I suppose. I'm reminded of that one ad. I'm reminded of that one newspaper ad that was made fun of. Like, age 2 golden retriever dog loves children. Dog eats the child and loves children. there's like an old joke. Loves children. Though, see, that does sound kind of wholesome to me, though, because Indosoma, you know? Actually, I did, my friend Guan had a cup version of his character, which had me as his pet dog, and that I would eat him. So actually, that was kind of a concept I did. Kid with his dog, dog and kid. Kid was having a good time with it. Sort of, it was a wholesome Vore sort of situation between me and his like younger version of his character. That was pretty adorable. He protect in your belly, in his belly. He protect. Pet in order is a cute idea. Anyways, let me demonstrate what I was going to demonstrate. So I get criticized about this sometimes. Some artists have told me, like, why don't I color this way? I'll just demonstrate. Here's how some artists would consider how I would do it, right? Say I was adding some line work on this layer, like, here's a circle, right? And some artists would say, well, why are you coloring by, going around the outside and then fill tooling? Why are you doing it that way? Some artists start telling me, like, okay, listen, all you need to do is set it so that your fill tool is not doing just the working layer, it's doing all the image, and you just fill tool the circle, like this. And as you may notice, yes, that is much faster. However, I found it has some issues. First off, if the lines are too thin, this doesn't work very well. I'll demonstrate with, like, one of these hearts. If I were to full tool this heart, first off, you can see they made an issue there. Actually, wait, no, that's because it's down here. No, actually, it just is doing that. So, first off, the fill tool has you can see this bar over here. The lower this bar is, the less the fill tool goes to the edges. I'll demonstrate. Well, actually, it went pretty close to the edges than that. Anyways. Huh, that actually worked really well. Now, that's weird. Sai isn't normally that cooperative. Normally what happens at the edges... Well, actually, you can still zoom in and see the issue, but it's very minor, actually. Not too bad. Well, it only works if the lines are perfectly... Actually, why is it doing that? Let me try something. If there's any gaps in the lines, it doesn't work. As I guess I'm seeing right now. It works for any... Actually, why is it... It's still an all image. Why is it doing that? Now it's just behaving weirdly. Does zoom make a difference? Should it? Why would zoom make a difference? Oh, is your pen tool not working correctly? That's because you haven't zoomed in. Like, what? But, yeah, I guess... Oh, right. I know what does make a difference. Having the background layer on. Don't know why, but if you have a color in the... If you have a background color in, it doesn't work. Yeah, so this is weird. This can work quite well, but it falls apart if you have any sort of gaps. For instance here, it'll color the leaf because of the gap. Which is why I do the manual coloring generally. Let me try something. Also, here's another thing. This is what usually happens for me. Not sure why it's not happening so much here, but you can see here that this leaf, you can see here that if I were to do this, I would still have to go back, and I'd have to go like, okay, well, let's clean up this little bit here, though. Because it, you know, it leaves gaps. But, so it works, the fill tool works actually quite okay sometimes. It's just, I don't know, man, I like getting the edges nice. Admittedly, though, I don't know how much of a difference it makes. It depends on the line work, really. My methods are much better for when I go to add a sketchy picture. Because I'm quite skilled at, you know, the manual lining, so I can I can add colors to anything because I'm not dependent on the lines and them having a proper structure. Which is why it's very good to do this sort of thing when you're working with a sketch. If you're just coloring up a sketch, that sketch is going to be messy enough that you cannot at all use this technique. Admittedly, though, it does look like it's partially usable. Now, here's the thing. What I could do... Let's try a hybrid technique, actually. I'm gonna do this. Where did his freckles go? Oh, I deleted his freckles at some point. Oh, I see. I drew him on right because of that. Got it. My bad. Double check. Okay. I am surprised how well it works. Oh, Charm, just apologies in advance. It's been a long time watching streams out of headphones, so if you poke me verbally and I miss it, my apology. Oh, it's okay, Dark. It's okay. I completely understand. Honestly, if I address somebody directly in a stream and they don't respond, I usually just shrug and move on. And if they come back, and I might ask it again. It's not a big deal. Yeah, darker colors makes them more noticeable because, at least on this background, but if I change the background, it might actually be worse with light colors. It kind of varies, but I mean, I guess we can use the technique to some degree. I don't like it, though, because I never know if there's a mistake somewhere because I'm not personally going over the lines, you know? Like, when I personally go over the lines, I can easily go like, okay, well, yeah, there's a mistake there. There's, like, something that needs to be touched up. But when I'm just like, filter just feels kind of lazy, man. I don't know. Though it is a time saver, and time saving is not lazy. Depending on the situation. Like, it's kind of one of those cases, though, like, it depends on the situation. Some line works, like, Q Squid's lines are very thick and solid. Like, well, they're not the thickest lines, but they are very solid. Some artists have a real gradient style that just, you'd have to touch it up so much it doesn't work, because it just gradients into the blackness in such a way that the fill tool will never fill it properly. So you're going to be going around the edges of everything anyways, so, yeah. What's most enjoyable or best for the experience? It depends. It honestly varies, depending on the picture, like I said. It all depends on the line work. For this picture... So, let me demonstrate, actually. For this picture, probably could actually use the cheat to some degree. So let's use it. On the paws here, for instance. It's not really a huge area, but... The fill tool will fill in the leaf, but if I do this, it wouldn't. Demonstration. And now if I just use the all image thing there. It was actually really easy. Thing is though, like, if I... Remember how I sometimes turn... Like, at the end of a picture, I turn off all my line layers and you get to see the outline of the picture all in colors? If you do that with this technique, you'll notice that it does leave a gap. This gap would normally not exist if I was coloring it manually. This gap doesn't normally matter, I suppose, since it's over the lines, but... Or under the lines. But sometimes that can create a problem for me. Well, here it's pretty unnecessary because it's very easy to just... Well, I mean, it's not... It is a time saver, so... It is possible to speed up some stuff by doing that technique. Again, though, it really depends on the way I work. It's something I can take advantage of at times, I suppose. It is a perfectly reasonable technique. Plus, you might miss a few pixels, but that generally doesn't matter. Oops. Why is it doing that? You will have to adjust how thick it is, though, at times, just to get it to work. As you're seeing here. Wait, what the hell? There. Why did it have to go down so much with it? Oh, I see why. Actually, I think a better idea is just to leave it at 253, not quite max. Fill in this little gap. There. No? Still? Okay. 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 Man, it's being picky at that size, though. There we go. I suppose. You know, I'll mix the techniques. Okay, so leaves are usually, like... lighter. The veins are lighter, right? Tree boost is very close. We should complete it then. Okay, I got it. How's it work for maple leaves, though? Darker. So for green, it's lighter. For orange, it's darker. Okay. Well, it kind of varies, but whatever. Actually, you know what? Let's do the sap. We're very close to the boost. If anybody has a boost, consider boosting, please. I might adjust this color. I'm not sure yet. What do you guys think of the color? What color should we have? Should it be more maple ink in color or honey in color? feel like maybe I'll make it a brick writer. I'm not sure. Fill tool is useless in some situations. This being one of them. Better just to do it manually. A combo? Actually, I could. Hold that thought. Not sure how well it looked, though. Could be used for a gradient color, though. That's a pretty honeyish color, that. I think I like the honey color. I wonder if that's quite honeyish enough, though. Let me double check colors. I like how it stands out from his body. This color is recommended. Oh. Oh, it's a little bit lighter. Yeah, sure. Kinda looks like mustard. Does it? There are some more vibrant colors I could try. Hold on. Yeah, like those. Too dark. Probably still too dark. That's not a bad color. What if we lighten it just a little bit? What do you guys think? Mustard's a very flat yellow, while honey has transparency. It does, yes. But it's also not honey. Technically. So I'm trying to find a balance. I like it. I think I'll go with that color. We're kind of making our own color, that's the thing. Though, Also, I just noticed. Oh, is that on that layer? What layer is it on? Mysterious. Oh, it's on this layer? Okay. It's random. Alright. There we go. Okay. Alright, that'll be our color. Well, yeah, it's not shaded yet. Go over color again? Maybe. We'll see. It is interesting to have a picture that demonstrates this. This is actually the first time that the odd properties of his... What's the term? His fluids, I guess. Being like this. Juices. Fair enough. Either word, really. It's kind of an odd topic, but... Fluid sounds more clinical, so probably sounds better. Technically, both are accurate. Oh, this is Frozen Hum Alcove. So I gotta ask, who's pushing on the cave walls? That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure. What do you guys think the answer is? Whatever I see, I know they're definitely paws and there's definitely beans on them. Paws look kind of cattish to me, personally. Could be foxish, though, too. I have eaten, Aspen has eaten Murder Kitty. Look, I can have a bigger snoot. There's a little snoot line here, yeah. I don't know, that doesn't look like much of a snoot. Looks like a nose. Loud read from inside the belly. Here's another question. Actually, you know what? Let me put it to a vote. That's right. That's right. Mods can't do votes. Only I can. Poll time. Mods can do pulls? What? Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Too late. Here's a vote. Just a silly vote, but it's a vote all the same. Well, okay, I guess the mods can do polls. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Can I select none? I say Pavor. It's those two pick. I mean, if we wanted to get silly about it, I suppose I could put a third option though. You know, fuck it. I'm canceling the poll. We're doing a new one. Valley Hole won immediately, but let's try this again. There. Content does not meet guidelines. What? What guidelines? What do you mean guidelines? Oh, okay. I found the answer to my question. Yeah, apparently the word... You want to know what it blocked? You know what the evil word is that I didn't like? This. Oh no, what a terrible word. Oh no, it's only the most harmless form of that word, of that object. When I changed it to Tushy, it was fine. Why the hell did it block the word tush? What the hell is wrong with tush? Also, I added that as a thought because... Aspen hasn't really done that, but I'm not saying it's not possible. Apparently, it's, because it's a button, that's not allowed. I don't know. Even Autobot doesn't care, I think. Yeah, the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure it's okay with butt. So... I don't know. Tush is, like, the most harmless form of that... Of talking about that object. So, like, what... Why? Autobot's stupid. Also, I like how it just told me content does not make guidelines. It didn't, like, highlight the word that's a problem, so I had to, like, figure it out, right? I wasn't even sure what I needed to fix. I had to puzzle it out for a second. I swear. Mainstream censorship of some stuff is just stupid. Discord won't let me be a partnered server thingy because I have locked away NSFW channels that are you can only access by verifying your age and identity through a manual form process, which is like the most mature way of doing it. Like the most mature and responsible way to do it, but you know what? Since they exist, I can't have a Discord partnership thing. And the language I received basically said like, well, that's not very becoming of you. It's like, bullshit it isn't. I have way more responsibility in my server than a lot of the servers on the partner program. It's just kind of dumb. The whole attitude of, well, we can't endorse this. We don't want to look bad. It's like, why the fuck does it make anybody look bad when it's being handled appropriately and responsibly? The hell? Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Because the Western world is like, oh, sex shouldn't. We shouldn't talk about sex. We have to treat it like it doesn't exist. Fucking, you know, it's really kind of immature. Let's be honest. It is really an immature viewpoint that the Western world has. Europe's better about it. Not perfect, but Europe is better about it. North America just sucks, though. It's wrong with people's rears, anyway. Yeah, like... Obviously, that could be a sexual object for some, but it can also just be fun. I don't know. Just amusing. There's plenty of stuff that treats butts... There's plenty of actual media that treats butts as a cute thing or just a silly thing. Not a thing to take too seriously. Some people still take it too seriously. It's not just Twitch, it's North America. North America is the worst when it comes to, like, sexual expression in an appropriate manner. And the dumb thing is, and they never the fucking lawmakers, parents, etc., they never understand this, but by not teaching people this stuff, not letting them learn how to express it and enjoy it, they end up making repressed individuals. They make people who literally feel guilty that they feel, you know, like sexual desires or whatever. That's really sucky if somebody feels guilty for having an urge, you know? Like, maybe, yeah, if the urge is, like, really, really bad, but people are trained to basically believe that, like, oh, I have any sexual urge, I must be a terrible person. Like, no, you're not. You're just a person. And the ironic thing is, like, treating sex as this topic that should never be talked about and that basically doesn't exist in public at all, even a little bit. It just makes people feel guilty. It forces people to repress themselves, and it honestly leads to more harm, like a lot of harm. People will sometimes explode out and express themselves really poorly with that sort of thing because they've been told to repress themselves. I honestly do think that's the reason that some really shitty things can happen sometimes involving sex. I personally think if people were allowed to be a little more open about it, that there would be a lot less tension, there would be a lot more understanding, and less shitty things would happen, honestly, I feel. But sadly, when those shitty things I'm talking about, I don't want to use the R word, you know, that's like an example though. When those shitty things happen, that just makes those people go like, oh yeah, see, we should have oppressed this more. We should have repressed this more. We didn't do a good enough job pushing this in the back. We didn't do a good enough job hiding this. That happened because we didn't do a good enough job repressing it. They take those situations, and all they take, you know, the lawmakers stuff, all they take for that is, oh, we need to repress it more. That was the problem. It's like being on a fucking sinking ship. You see a leak and you go, oh, I know what I should do. Let's add another hole. That'll balance out the pressure. If if water's coming in over here, that will balance things out. That'll balance things. Let's add another leak. That'll keep the ships from sinking. That's basically what they're doing. When that doesn't work, they punch another hole, and another hole, and another hole, and I'm really surprised America hasn't fallen apart at this point. Well, it kind of has. But yeah, it's not the only issue in North America or governments in general, but... Like, holy shit, maybe if you stop treating something like the boogeyman, people won't freak out over it and do shitty things involving it. I blame a lot of this on poor Christian teachings. I'm not blaming this on Christianity, because I think Christianity is actually a pretty good religion if represented well, if practiced correctly. It's good. However, poor Christian teachings just encourage this repression and regression on the topic. Meanwhile, go check out the New Testament, read about Jesus. He hung out with prostitutes because they were people too. Because they deserved to have a social life and have friends. Jesus had the right idea. Jesus had the idea of, hey, instead of treating this stuff like it's scary and sinful and wrong, maybe I just treat these people like human beings. Jesus did that. Why can't Christians do that? It's infuriating. It's like, huh, maybe if you don't treat people like they're all like these scary monsters because they have a sexual interest, hey, maybe that leads to a better understanding and acceptance of people in general and a more peaceful environment for everyone. It's I don't know. Most Christians just read the Old Testament and go like, yeah, I should judge those people. Because God judged a lot of people in the Old Testament, I should do it too. That's basically all. The Old Testament is sermons on the Old Testament are worryingly common. I'm not saying that you can't learn from the Old Testament, but it's really outdated, yo. It was one of those, this is fine for the time, but it's really not the time for it anymore. It's old. It's literally called the Old Testament. It's not for current life lessons. Originally, it's super emotionally manipulative to thousands of people. That's just the norm because people got manipulated. I personally think religion is a crutch. I don't think it's a bad crutch necessarily, and I'm okay with anybody having a religion if they are good people. But like, ultimately, I think it's just a coping mechanism. To be fair, though, I'm not judging too hard because if you guys remember, my existence, I exist, I was probably just Caleb's coping mechanism. So, like, I think that's why me and Mizuko first existed, because he needed to cope with something, and that was how he coped. So, as the embodiment of a coping mechanism that gained its own sentience, gained its own independence, I don't know. Coping mechanisms aren't necessarily bad. It depends on how you use them. You know what I'm gonna do? Because I'm like messing with this, and I realize now, like, you know what? There we go. Just a little extra little drip there. Okay. That looks nice. I'm not going to really add lines too much, but maybe in a few places. Just a few places. Fat Dirk. What are you talking about, Fat Dirk? Oh, I see, because you ate a carrot cake, a milkshake, a sandwich. I hope you ate an entire carrot cake. You know, actually, I'm not really confident with the line I added. Hold on. Actually, I might want to redo this line. Hold on. Like, just in general. Trying to figure out the shape I want, though. That ain't bad, but... Can I have it droop a bit? I think I could. There's an S thing I want to do, but it has to be done just right. Not quite. Close. Oh yeah, what was the answer to that? What was the actual poll results? I didn't see them. Oh no. Let's see. Ha! Okay, 0 people voted belly hole this time, which is weird because 7 people voted it last time. 2 people voted paw. I'm surprised more than Beerus voted that. 3 people voted gullet, and 8 people voted tush. You guys like butts. Oz question. What's the Oz question? Why would you want to be asexual? Yeah, if your answer is too adult, I would understand not wanting to answer it. If you can word it in a way where you're not being too explicit, it's okay though. You're allowed. I'm really debating the line I'm doing. Wait, actually, what if I just... That look weird? Just like that? I suppose it works. He's fat enough for it. Yeah, I think that works. I like it. Adds a little extra squish. Now, the question is... See you later, Bidoof. And thanks for the lurk. Okay, that looks pretty good. So let's... Now, let's... Alright, boy, I don't think the extra the extra implication was probably not necessary, but we get what you mean. Looks pretty good. I think I'll take that. Yeah. I don't want people to repress themselves. It's just important to be respectful of others, too. Also, really, I don't think it's actually that unusual to want to fap to safe work things. to put it directly, I suppose. That's the thing, like, actually, that's kind of why fetishes are odd sometimes. That's why some people, like, can watch a cartoon and see it as something that really gets them interested. Like, a famous example that people make fun of a bit, actually, is the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, that one episode where Koopa got his feet licked by Shy Guys. That triggered a bit for some people, I recall. You want to see it? I can't really show it, though. I might get, like, some sort of copyright claim. I could link it to you guys, though. I'm sure it's easy to find. See if I think I found it. It wasn't Shy Guys. It was those ice guys from Super Mario Bros. 2. Yeah, here, here you go. That scene is very odd, but I find it funny. A lot of what people fear is that what is kinky in front of one person may be gross to another. Kinks, fetishes, and deeper things are quite individual and personal, and I think that's honestly what makes them interesting. I like the fact that they're personal. Things that are personal are generally something that you can enjoy more of. You know, something that you can enjoy more passionately if you have a personal interest in something. So I don't think it's a bad thing when something's got a different reaction out of different people. Also, that link, it's perfectly safe to watch. It's just kind of weird. You want to keep your interest safe work, think safe work, as opposed to getting an SW kick out of it. I don't think you can always. That's the thing, though. That's the thing that North American repression has been about, has caused problems of. The thing is that you can't always control what you like. You know? Sometimes just might rust you jimmies, and that's honestly okay. It's fine to have that feeling. The main thing to consider is whether or not you're being inappropriate about it, whether or not you're letting that out in a circle where it shouldn't, or, you know. But it's okay to have, it's like, nobody should be condemned for their thoughts, you know? One thing I actually remember, the one time I liked a YouTube ad was this one set of ads that was showing up for a while. They haven't been showing up anymore. But it's this one set of ads that, as far as I could tell, they only came on to kind of give people advice. And one of the things that they advised was about bad thoughts. About how you can be in a scenario in your day-to-day life and you can think of something horrible. Like, I think one example they presented was a guy walking by a dumpster, and there's a cat on the dumpster. And then the guy had the thought to, like, yoink the cat, just grab and, like, hurl it over a wall or whatever. Just be a complete asshole to the cat, really abusive. And the guy had that thought, and then he felt really shitty about having that thought. But the ad was basically explaining, like, sometimes we have those thoughts. It's a normal response to the daily stress in our lives. This is not something that makes you a bad person. Yeah, the meditation ones, yeah. You know what I'm talking about. And it's honestly great. I'm really happy that those ads address that, because Sometimes we do get shitty thoughts, but that doesn't mean we're shitty people. It really is, it really can just sometimes be a case of your imagination running towards something that's, well, something you never do, but the thought still comes to mind. That doesn't make you a bad person, though. It doesn't. Intrusive thoughts and stuff. Yeah, those ads were pretty good. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, hey, Key. Is any of this inner ear? I'm a little... I think it... Oh, wait, no, I understand how you did it now. Oh, that's really cool, actually. It took me a second to understand how you did the line work. I get it. So there's... This is Leaf. And the rest is inner ear. Okay. I get it now. Hi, Jones. I've never seen his ears crinkled like that, but I kind of like it. Actually, this is being played in the wrong order. Green Oasis and then Green Oasis Core. These songs are actually linked. They have a similar melody. One follows another. It's a two-part dungeon. We're still listening to folk roll music, so. Yeah, I'm glad we're having this conversation, because, yeah, those... So, anyways, about those intrusive thoughts and stuff, and how those ads address, like, this isn't wrong. This isn't you being a bad person. This is just your mind... This is your mind refreshing. This is your mind... Well, expulsing thoughts, basically. It's fine. You should not be judging yourself on your thoughts. And honestly, I feel like that goes in direct competition to what North America kind of tells people about, like, their sexual thoughts and stuff. There's a lot of people that say, oh, did you think dirtily of this or that? Well, you're a bad person for doing that. You shouldn't think that way. There's a lot of people that do condemn people's thoughts and tell people to repress their thoughts, but the thing is, you don't repress thoughts. Thoughts are just thoughts. They happen. I'm a mental creature. I understand this. And I fucking hate it when people are like, oh, you can't think that way. It's like, well, no. There's a difference between thinking some way and acting some way. And thinking some way is not going to be harming anyone. It is true that if you're obsessing about some negative thoughts, that you should be seeking a change on that. But if you just have a random thought that pops up, or you have a random, sexual thought about something that interests you, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You do things to art in your own in the privacy of your own time. Okay, so what's the issue? I mean, if it does really bother you, then yeah, I can understand why to change it, but... Again, I guess the thing I want to address is not the act of you doing it, but... Here's the ultimate question. Why is it bad? When we're addressing, doing that sort of thing in your own privacy, why is it bad? There is such a thing as sex addiction, though, where somebody gets way too into something and takes it to a harmful level, focusing and obsessing over it, and getting inappropriate about it outside of their own privacy. But I don't see you doing that. I don't see that being the topic. My biggest question with anything, not just sexual things, but anything in life, is, are you enjoying it? 1, are you enjoying it? 2, does it harm anyone? If the answer to the first one is yes, and the answer to the second one is no, then continue to enjoy it. And keep in mind, harming anyone is also harming yourself. If you're harming your, like, say if you're smoking a bunch of cigarettes, that may not harm other people, you're harming yourself. Don't smoke, kids. But, so that still counts, you know, don't harm yourself either, but... Thanks, Pop. Sometimes you need a more complex answer. Sometimes just answering those 2 points isn't enough. It depends on the situation. But on most situations, I think answering those 2 points is really what matters most. You know, that really distills it down to what's most important. There's no such thing as negative emotions. I think it's just... that's just the brain existing. The brain going through the dynamic thoughts of different types. I honestly do think there is such a thing as negative emotions, but it's something that has to be focused on and given life. It isn't just something you randomly have. It's something... Negative emotions are something that only exists if you breed them, if you let them be focused on. But random thoughts... They're not that negative, even if they might not be good thoughts. They're just thoughts. Oh, Epic, smoking can absolutely hurt others, but I'm saying if somebody was smoking completely in their own privacy, they would still be harming themselves, if no one else. But a different example, drinking too much. There. That's something that doesn't as easily hurt others. As easily, I say, because drunk driving and stuff can still do that, but... It was just an analogy anyways. Yeah, I can't stand passive smoking, really. Okay, Key, there is one thing that bothers me about this picture. I really do like how you did the left ear. But then I'm kind of perplexed why the ear on the right doesn't have as much inner ear showing. I mean, I guess it's okay. It just looks... It's just a lot more closed off for some reason. Yeah, it looks like a different style, too. I guess I'll just go with it, but yeah. We can make the assumption that there's... Yeah, well, maybe because the angle isn't just the issue. Like, you notice how there's little prongs here? Like this one, and these ones, and even this one. Those prongs don't exist over here whatsoever. So even ignoring the angle, I'm noticing a difference in the actual style of how the ear crinkles. But, it's too smooth on the other one, compared to this one. That being said, it's not a huge deal. More just an artistic observation. I think it's fine. We can keep working with it. The ear on the right ear looks more like a Leafeon. Yeah, it kind of does. Is it a Leafeon? It's really thick for one, but it could be one. If it was a Leafeon, then that would imply that the inner ear is actually pointing behind him. Well, it's up to Keysquid to verify what it is, actually. If what we are seeing is the back of the ear, that would make a little more sense as to why the style looks different. That just means the crinkly part's facing away from the picture. Or the angle. The camera angle. Which would make more sense. By the way, listen to this song. This song is a very PND song. Maybe it's thought that each ear could look different because not every link is critical against each other. It may look different. Well, what do you think, Key? Would you say that that's inner ear, or would you say this is an ear vein? I'm gonna let you decide that one. It determines how I color everything. Inner ear? Okay. Good night, Epic. And thank you. You need a hug? What happened? Oh yeah, Miss, thanks for helping out Frost. I know he's been having a rough time. I helped him out too myself. Part of the reason I was so exhausted yesterday. Oh, thank you, Pop. I said to you, Miss, thanks for helping at Frost the other day.
Hey, Cherub. Spell there.
Spell there? T-H-E-R-E. Why? Or T-H-E-I-R. Or T-H-E-Y apostrophe R-E. What? Why? Why did I do that? Someone noting you trying to create a rift between you and Aaron? For what end? Crap, you actually got through it. I actually had to think for a second. Is there a fourth way to spell there? I'm not... I think that's it, though. You forget, sir, I am many things. An artist, a streamer, a voice actor, a musician, an audio person, but also a writer. I'm not really that skilled at any one thing, but I can do a competent job at everything. I am the Red Mage. Which is really, I like the Red Mage. This is why I have a variety channel. This is why I don't focus my content too hard sometimes. Because it is by my very nature to exist within variety. To force myself down one particular path would be to stagnate myself in other ways. It would not feel good. This says, because I seem to be more asexual biromantic, so I can't really seem to get myself... oh, okay, gotcha. So I agreed to open a relationship as I can't give him that. I see, so... Huh, I didn't expect you to be so well open about that. So what's this one person saying again? So they're trying to cause problems with you, so the guy noted me saying that Aaron's messing around behind my back. When I know what he does and who he does stuff with. So he being jealous of the person Aaron was in his kind of problems. What the fuck? Yeah, that's pretty messed up, actually. Like... To some degree, people like that might be just trying to be helpful and give you a heads up because they think something's wrong, but that's also a prime situation that somebody could try to manipulate bad blood between. Also, if you have an open relationship, you have an open relationship. Is it stated on your page? That probably should be stated on, like, your FA page. That's usually sort of a thing. But from the sound of it, this person that noted you, it sounds like you know who they are, you know what their intentions are. And they're jealous, so they want to create a rift. That's childish. Manipulation is one of the things I can very quickly... Like, people that try to manipulate, those are people that get really quickly on my shit list. I don't quickly get angry at people, but if I see some manipulation being pulled, yeah, that tends to get me mad. Partially because, unfortunately, I understand it. Caleb did a ton of manipulating back in the day. Admittedly, not super aggressive or, like, hostile manipulation. He manipulated his parents because his parents abused him, so the only way he could find peace was to create these elaborate scenarios and lies to give himself some space and get them, you know, off his rail, basically. And what that means, being that I'm the personality that came after him, that, you know, that has taken over this body, I'm left with fragments of him. I'm left with fragments of his skills. I'm left with, unfortunately, the ability to do that too. It's an ability I don't use because I hate it so much. But what I have done is I've turned it around. I've used it for empathy. See, a manipulator, the sad truth is that there is some root similarities between somebody who is really good at manipulating and somebody who is really empathetic. There's some root similarities between the two. Obviously, somebody who's just empathetic and wanting to help others and understand them, that's a good thing. That is a good thing to be. But manipulation actually plays off the similar factors to that. The idea of being able to read people, to pick up on people's emotions, to pick up on their thoughts and how they're doing, to put two and two together as far as different events that may have affected a person. All of that is stuff that somebody who is empathetic does to figure out a way of helping those people, to be a good person, to react well to them in a way that works well for them. That's something that is used very healthfully for somebody who wants to show their empathy. However, a manipulator can also use that information to know how to pick out their weaknesses and utilize, you know, turn their brain into trusting them and such. It's one of those two sides of a coin thing, where it's like, this is a power that can be used for good or evil, sort of thing. That's too bad to hear, Pop. Yeah, manipulation is the manipulation is the dark side variant of empathy. Ultimately. He's trying to keep said friend to himself. The guy's wife told him to break it off with said jealous guy. Sounds like a mess. This is the problem with open relationships. I mean, I'm not against you guys having an open relationship, not at all. But the problem with open relationships is the more people you factor into an idea of a romance, the more likely it is that somebody's going to get hurt. Because there's a lot of vulnerability being bandied about in that situation. All right, let's see here. Yeah, as with the previous picture, the tail leaf's going to get a different layer. The tail leaf is cloned because it's wiggling, by the way. Goodness, why is it so warm in here today? I guess AC gets to go back on. Well, for example, what I did was a sort of manipulation for good purpose, the inverse of what you'd normally think was manipulation. Empathy. Well, that's what I mean. That is empathy. Again, empathy, it does take the same root. It's just using that root in a different fashion. A very good fashion, comparatively. like we could technically say that Ark. We could technically say that the RPs you've had with me, you very much dug into my brain a bit, figured me out, and picked up on things, and then utilized that to turn it around and do what you did, which really helped me. So. I definitely felt a certain level of vulnerability with you because of your ability to do that. Not many people can dig that much into me just so deftly, honestly. But it's fine in your case. Like, I didn't mind because you're very nice. So I felt comfortable with it. Well, like I said before, Pop, Ark has 20 years of getting very wholesome art for just a very kind purpose, repeatedly for many people. It's 20 years of art has shown that Ark has a big heart, so that's certainly more than enough trust upon, in addition to my own interactions, learning about them through talking directly. That's more than enough to convince me of their good nature. Consistency is the biggest way to find out whether or not somebody is actually a good person. Sure, somebody could just show up out of the blue and be nice to you for a couple of weeks. That doesn't necessarily mean they're good people. They might be just trying to get something out of you. But if somebody shows a consistent theme of being a good person, not just to you, but up to others, and for a long period of time, you know, you look at them online, you observe what they've done, and you see that they've consistently had a good nature with many people, that's somebody you could trust more. Except for I am trying to get something out of Charm. Happy noises. Like that one? Oh yes, Ark, you are new here, so I will tell you. I very much can dog. Vocally. People tell me I sound exactly like a proper dog, which is nice because I have one. And I'm glad I could put this human voice box to the test and pull that off. It's all about knowing how to push the air, folks. Most times when humans try to bark, they push the air the same as when they talk. But that's not how a dog makes noises like that. A dog wells it up. A dog builds up the pressure and then lets it out. Dogs bark passionately. You can bark, but can you howl? I can. It's not as good, but. Howls are a little harder for the human voice box. Though actually, there is an important thing I'd like to note. Two important things out of the conversation we were having. Firstly, Ark said, I am trying to get something out of Charm. Happy noises. That's the thing. One thing that we all need to realize here is that no matter how selfless you are, no matter how much you want to help your friends, keep in mind that nothing is truly selfless completely. Even if you're just helping a friend for the sake of helping them, you still feel better afterwards seeing that they're doing better. You get something out of it. Any interaction is a give and take. There's always something that somebody else gets out of it. Even if they're being completely selfless, they get a warm, fuzzy feeling that they helped. There's always something that somebody takes out of a situation. And that's fine, mind you. This is not a bad thing. But it is important to note that even the most selfless person is still motivated to do it because they're going to get something out of it too. And that's good, because it should be a give and take. The best interactions are a positive-sum game. Yeah, because exhausting yourself, draining yourself, and not even getting a bit of positivity back for it, that's not healthy. It honestly is fine if it's a transaction. It's actually best if it's a transaction of some form. Yeah, it's actually alright to be selfish. Being selfish doesn't mean being a dick. You can be selfish without hurting a dang person, so a single person, so sometimes it's okay to focus on yourself a bit. In fact, sometimes it's very healthy too. Also, another thing that I wanted to note. Pop, as you say, not gonna lie, this conversation makes me question if I've ever been as good a person as I've been or as I believed. We can only be as good as we try to be. But people will always have different perceptions of us than we do. Something we do that might seem very good in our point of view may not be seem good to other people. There's people that legitimately despise me for being a furry, for being open, for being emotionally out there. And I'm never going to apologize for that. Their point of view, whether or not it's wrong, is not important. Their point of view is just not something that can match up to mine. They may have that opinion, but it doesn't conduce to me. It's not something that I should be focusing on because it's not at all matching up to me. It's not matching up to me, my emotions, my morals, my personality. So, just because somebody judges you doesn't mean that what you've done is wrong, necessarily. Because people hate me. And I know a lot of you probably can't even wrap your head around that. I mean, I'm not perfect. I have my mistakes. I have my downsides. I've gotten angry. You guys have seen that. I wear my heart on my sleeve, so if I'm having a bad day, you guys generally can know that. You know, I don't try to lash out at people, but, you know, I'm not perfect either. But I think most of you can agree, though, that the idea of people, like, literally despising me just is kind of weird. I don't try to anger people, yet there's still people that just hate me. And that's just the fact of life. There's always going to be somebody that hates you. Like, there's always going to be somebody that hates you. Because people aren't always reasonable. And that's just something you have to accept, you know? It's not a contest, and I have a rage demon that lives in me. I could be a very cruel person if I let Winter out to play, so I've been working on for decades to clip her talons permanently. As you say that, Ark, let me share something. I have my demons, too. That's effectively what my soul form is. The lore behind this is basically if I lose my body. As a ghost dog, the physical form is not a necessity, but without it, there's a loss of control. This form is purely running on instincts. This form is cruel. This form is violent. It's a mix of reasons. In the soul form, all the spectral energies and powers that I have are amplified. They're unleashed, they're fully out there and wild. So it's a very strong form, but at the same time, it's a very weak form. The body is something we use for our protection. This is something we use for our defense. Like this, we are the most vulnerable. This is a glass cannon of a form. And then this form lashes out at everything and everyone because anything could hurt it. In its instinctual processes, it is exceptionally violent because partially defensive, partially offensive. Pure chaos, basically. Effectively, this is my demon. It is a pretty cool looking form, though, isn't it? The thing is, though, it's okay to... I've actually always acknowledged my demons. Even when I was a Charmeleon, I had a demonic counterpart that I got art of, too. It's because we all have our demons. And I think that trying to ignore or repress them is not the right answer. It's not the right way to do it. You gotta work up. You gotta work on them. You gotta acknowledge that they exist and find a way to find peace with it. It's just like kind of like those negative thoughts we were talking about earlier. There's always going to be those more dark parts of you. Because nobody's perfect. Something earlier that was talked about. What was it? Who said it? I saw one thing in particular. Somebody said, how do you know if I'm a good person? You can't know 100%, basically was stated earlier. I don't remember who said it. And yeah, that's true. You can never know for sure if somebody's actually a good person. There is always going to be some faith put in. And this is why I say make your friends slowly. Be friendly with people. You know, try to be positive with people. But as far as who you open your heart up to, take your time with that. Because no matter what, it's always going to be somewhat of a risk. And even a wonderful person, like my boyfriend, for instance, he's hurt me. He's hurt me because he's flawed too. He has his own issues. And that's come around to me and hurt me very deeply sometimes. But I don't regret giving my heart to him all the same. Because I've hurt him too. It happens. Especially when you're in a relationship. See, a lot of people get a bad view of relationships where they think, oh, I'm going to love this person, we're just going to have the best time ever. No, guess what? You're going to fight. You're going to have pain. You're going to have misery together. It's going to happen. But that's just part of being in a relationship. Working through that. You know why? It's partially because when you get in a relationship with somebody, suddenly those personal demons you have, they interact with their demons. Those demons are something you have to accept of each other as well. And yeah, you have to see, experience, and accept the bad sides of the person you love. If you get really close to them. And help each other through those things. Improve together. Also, yes, fiddle music is good. Though actually, is this a fiddle? I guess it is a fiddle. Hollow Marshes. This is a miscontinent location in Pokérol. I both really touched and really grabbed him when Charm opened his dog side to me. I took proper care of him. I didn't actually hurt him. Ark, I don't think you could hurt me. And I say that because your heart is totally in the right place. That resonates with me. Like, I was thinking about how, like, empathetic you are. And I would say, I actually put you in a tier above empathetic. I put you in the tier of resonator. Somebody who can truly link up with, at least me, but probably many others, too. Resonator is what I would term somebody who's really, really adept at empathy. I think it's a nice term. I kind of just came up with it the other night. Somebody who can use their empathy to, like, truly link up with another person. That's special. Miss, to be fair, I would have told you to block him anyways. That wasn't a conversation that was probably worth having. I mean, what goal was there to continuing that conversation, Miss? Talking to a negative person who just is mired in their own jealousy. If somebody is just being a negative black hole, it's best just to walk away from them. There's nothing to be gained. It's kind of... One thing that's useful about having empathy is that it's possible... it's possible for me to see when somebody's made up their mind. Like, I'm going to hate this, I'm going to be negative in this way. And I know I'm not going to be able to turn that around to something more positive. It's a good way to know when to stop, you know? The world has an infinite amount of cruelty and a shortage of kindness. I'm glad I could contribute to the latter. Arc, I have the same goal, personally. And it's a noble goal. I'm glad there's more to do. I'm glad there's people out there wanting to do that. And I hope it's something that I encourage with my public career. Streaming and doing YouTube and stuff and doing all these silly things I do. It's all done with a line of just positivity. That's, like, the underlying goal is positivity with me. I've gotten comments like how I've helped people through suicidal moments and depressions and terrible, shitty weeks that they wanted a distraction from, and they got it through my videos. And that makes a difference. That makes a difference to me. That makes it all worth it. Because I just, yeah. I mean, I'm all over the place with my content, but the overall emotional goal is the same. I just want to make people feel better. Make them happy. Make them a good distraction. Give them something fun to watch. I'm really sad I lost some high notes. If I practiced my singing voice a bit more often, I think I could probably regain those high notes. Boy did ask a question. Yes, it's a question that I saw before, and I saw a few of you ask this, and right now, I want to say this straight up. I don't want you guys comparing each other. I don't want to rank you guys on tiers. So, I'd rather you not ask me that. It doesn't matter how much empathy you have. It's a skill that is hard to... It's not a skill you could just directly train. It's something you gotta just experience through social interactions. It's something that takes time, and it's something that shouldn't be something where you try to compare yourself to others. That's not the point of empathy. So please don't compare yourself. Work towards empathy for your own individual merit. Yeah, kindness is kindness. You don't have to roll against empathy skill to do it. That's another thing. I have some friends that have the empathy of a wet brick, and they miss the point so often. Like if I'm doing poorly, they're like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" It's like they don't notice at all that like I'm having a bad time. But they're still wonderful people, and that's what matters. Like once I go ahead and explain it to them, like yes, I'm having a bad day. I'll explain it to you because I know you can't directly understand this unless I explain it. So I'll explain it. And then they're like, oh, and then they help me out. Empathy is not a required skill to be a kind person. And empathy is not something that everybody can experience. Again, some people are more emotionally tuned than others. My boyfriend is not terribly emotionally tuned. He's not very empathetic. I mean, he can be occasionally, but it's not really something, again, like you have to, the more emotionally involved or more emotionally sensitive you are, generally I think the easier it is to feel empathy and to build that empathy skill. But if you're a more practical person that doesn't attune to their emotions that much, then it's going to be harder to learn that sort of thing. Regardless, though, you can still be a good person. Good night to you, Beerus. And to any other Brits that leave in the next 10 minutes, because whenever Beerus leaves, other people leave. So I'll just say that preemptively. Yeah, just focus on being kind to other people. Empathy will develop along the way if you're truly dedicated to that goal. I find. Again, empathy is not a skill you directly train. It's something that you get. It's something you pick up. Something that just starts resonating with you after a while. This brace luxury will still be here. Good. Must have some big cats around. This is good. I'm not sure how I want to curve this. I don't know. I'm more focused on talking than drawing right now. I apologize. When I get into deep thoughts, I slow down a little bit on art. But I don't mind that. Yeah, it probably looks better that way. Alright. Well, Pop, I could tell you right now that I think you might want to work on your self-esteem a little bit before you worry too much about how much you help others. One thing that is a common mistake, especially in the furry fandom, but just in general, is that people with low self-esteem want to help other people. Sometimes because they don't want to help themselves, they want to help others because of their low self-esteem. And let me just tell you this right out the gate. Love yourself. Help yourself first. If you don't know how to love yourself, then you really can't extend proper love to others. You gotta start by caring about yourself. Then you understand care. You understand concern and love at that point. You understand it personally. Then turn around and help others. So many people who hurt and don't like themselves try to help others, and while they still could do a genuine good job sometimes, they're just draining themselves and hurting themselves by doing so. Because I think a lot of people go, well, I don't matter that much. I think my friends matter more than me. I'm going to go help them. No. You matter just as much as them. And you need to help yourself first to really help them properly. Hello, Dr. Lethal. Wait, okay. So wait, you were here last Sunday, right? Keep stumbling into the noms. Yeah, that's good. I'll just keep going. I'm getting too picky with that leaf. But yes, remember that. It's something that helped me back in the past. I had terrible self-esteem too, but it's something I stuck with. Something that stuck with me that helped me was this simple fact. How can I love others properly if I can't love myself? I asked myself that question. I stuck that question with me. I pinned it. I didn't let go of it. It helps me. It's not noble to hurt yourself to help others. It's not noble to drain yourself and put yourself aside for others. That's not noble. That's foolish. Hi there, Fluffs. How you doing tonight? We're doing more Aspen art. People couldn't get enough of it even after I colored that collab we did. People love Aspen, it seems. Perhaps I'll, Simbiku Mew, an old friend of mine, I've been getting back into talking to a lot of old friends, or just people I wanted to talk to for the longest time, like Ark and Evok that I never did. It's been really nice reconnecting with people. But, Simbiku, he's a really good Vore artist. we might be doing a collab once he gets a couple other things out of the way. I'm thinking about asking him about Aspen, perhaps. Perhaps a safe for work streamable Buttnoms picture, since you guys surprisingly voted quite favorably towards Aspen's Aspen Vore in that way. Oh, that's a terrible pun. What's interesting here is that Aspen here, he's not strictly a safe for work character, but he's more or less he's a safe for work focused character, I guess I could say. He did have one NSFW picture, which was an interesting thing I got with a very good friend, who it was just a nice little gay interaction, I guess I could say. And I rather liked that. I liked how Aspen reacted to it. It was interesting. That's the only time that Aspen's been involved in anything actually NSFW. Though AV, of course, I in my personal viewpoint, I think AV can be done non-sexually, and I rather like it that way. It's fun. It's interesting. It doesn't get done that often, so I have fun doing that. So having Aspen do that without it being a sex thing sounds kind of actually pretty okay. I think I'd be interested in that. I'll never tell what the actual point of entry was. Actually, wait, Keith, you had something in mind? I wasn't aware you had one specific point of entry in mind. I figured this was always kind of just up in the air. Well, honestly, I think the most likely was the belly. Also, yes, I will shade that. I know it looks a little weird, but that's for later. Yeah, I did, but I won't tell you just to make it all say. Well, the belly hole is rather gaping, and it's dripping. So I figured that was the way in. That seemed likely. But then again, actually, Key, is there something else in his cheeks, or does he just have really pudgy cheeks? I kind of felt like there might be like a small Pokemon, like a Rattata stuffed in his mouth. Hey, you love this. Yes, it's very good, Fluffs. Fluffs! I'm not trying to badger, but just as a small reminder, when you're up for a new commission, let me know. That offer still stands open. Because I wouldn't mind you doing Aspen again at some point. Get him a proper naval noms. He hasn't had one of those in a while. Not since this picture, actually. This is the last picture we have where he did like explicit belly button for. Art history subject homework. Oh, okay. How much more schoolwork you got? Good night to you, Pop. I have to admit, it's a bit of a shame. I've actually had a stomachache this whole stream. Not sure why. I haven't going to bed or anything. Or waking up even. Kind of just developed in between waking up and streaming. Not sure why. I didn't eat a dang thing since I got up. Tomorrow and Tuesday. Well, it sounds like you're finishing it up at least. The homework. It's okay, guys. I might like take a restroom break or something to see if that helps it. I'm not really sure. Worst comes to worst, after this stream, I'll take a nice hot bath. Actually, I'll probably do that anyways. I wish I had the ability to get a hot coffee or a hot drink. Hot drink would probably help right now. And then I have to do some. Oh, you got some outstanding projects, Fluff. How many projects you got? Out of curiosity. Yeah, tonight feels like a good bath night. Also, I think I might. I'm a little concerned about my money. I do want to get some commissions and stuff. It's mostly stuff that was already planned in advance. I'm a little concerned about my money though, because I feel like the Docks box generated quite a bit of revenue, and right now I don't have another Rocks box planned. So I feel like my revenue might drop off a bit. Plus, YouTube's being worse lately for some reason. Not great. If only there was some way I could quickly get 10 art pieces together for a new box. Without it being too slapdash, you know? So if I don't really have any idea, like, I could page through my old art. We could do, like, Oh, thank you, Crimson. Right. If you're responding to what I just said, you didn't have to do that. I just want to say that. I'm just contemplating about it. Revenue is really hard to figure out with YouTube, like YouTube especially. YouTube and Twitch are a bit weird because, well, YouTube especially is weird because I only get paid like a month and a half after, a period. So like, I don't get January's money until late February at best. So it's kind of weird. It's hard to plan it out. A Pokeroll theme box? Well, the problem with that is that I've already used pretty much all the good Pokeroll art for special Rocks releases during Pokeroll events. So I don't really have art for that now. Well, so I rehash them, but that would be lame as heck if I reuse the Rocks for a box. No, I'm not going to do that. One thing I could do is I could go through my classic era. My Charmeleon South has tons of art. I could pull out 10 of the best pieces and make a classic box for those interested in my old forum. You could offer people some of the commission for the art and the rest of the boxes as well. I could, but it would be a nightmare to manage that. That's the only problem. Well, I don't know. What do you guys think of a Charmeleon box? Me going through my art, picking out my, like, the 10 best pieces out of the course of, like, 7 years of art. And making a box out of that. Like a best of classic charm. I don't know, would that be interesting? Yeah, Hyper, that's what I mean. That would be an easy way to make a new box. Oh yeah, the new box will be on easy mode too. Previously we were on first hard and then we switched to medium and then we effectively and now the new box will be on easy mode, so we'll see how that does for drops. Sorry I was doing something. That's okay, Lethal. I'm not complaining, it's Vore. Heck, I tortured my friends by doodling Vore and sitting them in. What kind of Vore do you doodle? That sounds like a really amusing way to troll your friends. I'm just imagining, like, somebody who's not into Vore, like, two people that are not into Vore, one person goes, "So what's your favorite video game character?" "Oh, I like this character." "Okay, I'll draw him in some Vore now. Here you go." "No, why did you do this? God damn it." Alright, I think a best of Charmeleon thing would be a pretty good idea. I'll do that on, I'll do that during my Wednesday, Thursday weekend. Also, how long do you guys like the Rocks boxes running? I would like actually I might actually have one of my staff, Hyper, maybe, if you want to do this. Actually, yeah, could you make a poll in the miscellaneous announcement, Hyper? I want to do this poll, basically asking people that like basically just asking people, hey, react with one of these emotes to let us know how long you like the Roxbucks running. And then have it be like one emote for a month, one emote for 2 months. Yeah, that'd probably be good. One or 2 months. I would like to know what people like between those two. Could you do that for me, Hyper? So basically, a miscellaneous announcement that has people reacting with 2 different emotes to decide whether or not they like a Roxbox being available for 1 month or 2 months. Actually, you know what? Three reactions. 1 month, 2 month, 3 months. And then we'll have people react and see what people like more. Alphys Vore? Wait, Alphys. Who's that character? That's Undertale, right? That's an Undertale fellow, right? I mean, Undertale is tangentially related to Vore. Since it has So Sorry, which is Samuel's character. And, of course, Samuel actually does Vore, so... There's a David Bacon kind of link there. But what happened if people decides to hit all emotes? What do you mean hit? No, sir. Those emotes are for mine. Please do not punch them. Or do you mean like what happens if people get all the emotes? Well, I'm glad, because if people are trying hard to get all the emotes and they get all the emotes, that's great. That means that person got all the emotes, but other people can still try to get all the emotes too. I actually would like it that if people bought the box, they would actually get all the emotes after a while. For picking how... Oh. What if people hit all the emotes? Then they're scurried around and don't really affect the vote when you think about it. If one person votes for all of them, that doesn't really change the vote. Think about it. Also, I'm okay if people, like, go and, like, if it was a 1, 2, 3 month vote and somebody was like, well, I kind of like 2 or 3, both of those are fine. They could vote for both. I wouldn't mind that. They can do that. It's whatever. I don't really mind. It doesn't really destroy the voting. Yeah, Hyper, that works. I would maybe provide a link to my, That's probably good. Though I might say, actually, instead of Rocks Collectors, could you just add everyone? That way everybody can take a vote. Because I think some people that like Rocks are not actually Rocks Collectors, or don't actually have that role. So, if you just add everyone on that one. Because it is kind of an important question. I'd like to get a group consensus. But I do like the idea of classic... I really do. I'm very, very fond of my old form, even if I am technically more accurate as a Shadox. My old Tremley South, it's a good form. I would be happy to go page through years upon years of artwork and decide on the best 10. I think I already know which one of them... I think I already know what one of them will be, though. I immediately have something in mind, on my mind when I think about that. I think this should be one of them. If I can make it work. Might be tricky to set up in a Rocks, but I could try. This one is a real classic for me. I saw this image on Know Your Meme. Really? Tell me more. Also, Creeper, no worries. What page was it on? You're browsing for there, you found it. Oh, wait, what? Isn't Know Your Meme like where they talk about something? So I'm kind of wondering what they're talking about my picture about. It's amusing to read an outsider's view on my artwork. Though I do not... Let me post it there. Okay. You know, I haven't gotten a Shadox picture like that. Where I just heck and like overclockedly gorge on a bunch of creatures and create a hugely stretched out, very bulged belly like that. I haven't done that as a Shadox. Something that copious, something that huge. I want to do that. Sounds like fun. So, let's see. There are no comments, so that's disappointing. I was really hoping for some random comments of people going like, what the fuck? Or something. That would have been amusing. Okay. Thank you, AC. It's cool enough now. I guess the heater is just overworking today. Whoa. Yeah, I was pretty heckin' greedy as a Charmeleon. The AC and the heater are fine. Well, I live in a... Okay, so I live in an apartment complex where I don't get to control the heater. The heater is global for the entire building. Meaning that I leave my... Which means that I have left my AC in my window the entire winter because sometimes the AC overdoes it. So I have to balance it out. Yeah, no local thermostat here for the room. It's just for this particular apartment. It is out of my control. Honestly, it's better for it to be too hot than too cold. And these leaf fades take a little extra trouble to color around. This is a bit tedious. And no, the fill tool wouldn't help here, unfortunately. Well. Actually, wait. Okay, I guess it helped a little. I still need to clean it up, though. They probably left a few dots here or there, but eh. They're pretty unnoticeable. Also, they'll get filled in a minute. Oh, barely artistic. Thank you for following. That's an interesting pun you got there. To be fair, bear paws are not great at drawing. It's kind of hard to hold a stylus. They're very chubby. It makes them very good paws, but it does make them not terribly dexterous. Do you draw, though? Alright, there we go. And I guess I could have used the fill tool more. I'm sorry. I'm not used to shortcutting, I guess. Still more dexterous than dog or cat paws. Yeah, that's true. They are definitely more, like, handsy. This is a Robang Squared remix. Nice guy. I paid him for our main theme, for our main Pokerol theme, actually. Some of you haven't heard that. I should find that. Luxray paws struggle to draws. That rhymes. just yawn. And also let me pull up the song he did for us. There it is. I'll play that next. Made by K... What? K Bucks. I love that guy. Okay, I'm back. I went to go save some cursed Vore images to torture friends of later. That's always fun. That artist doesn't want the name shared. What are you talking about? They're clearly K Bucks. Alright, so now I gotta do... Okay. So here's the theme he composed for us, for our game. Oh, thank you, Barely. This is a really nice picture. Also, how's that look for a leaf vein? Is that a good color choice? Well, it's a slight remix, but it's actually its own song, too. Turn it up a bit, actually. Oh, right. He did a good job of that. We have played it once in Pokerol. We should play more often, I agree. Okay. So the leaves are a little tricky, by the way. Leaves demand a special gradient, and I gotta consider how I put the gradient together, or it'll mess up the shading. So... Also, here's Moonbound Forest. I like this song. It's very simple, but it's neat. I like how it's simple. Okay, so anyways, I gotta do a gradient. And I also gotta change the veins of a similar gradient. That's gonna be interesting. So... I used to only put a little bit on the tips, but I go a little further of it now. This is an intentionally simple song. Fits the area. It's a very muted place. I wonder. Should the... Since the tail is wiggly and creating an after image, should the after image be like maybe half opacity, you think? Like I'm just pondering that now. Alright. I haven't actually worked with after images per se very often. But I like this idea. Extra leaves. He's growing more leaves so he could do more photosynthesis to gain more weight. Yeah, I didn't really think about this until just now, but it's fine. Because we can simply This song has a slow burn. I like this part where the piano comes in. Well, sometimes things are easier to think of once you've already colored them, like flat colors. Once flat colors are done, you can kind of pick out, like, oh, maybe I should change this. Tricky part is going to be, I have to, actually, I can use the same selection twice, can't I? Well, no, I can't, but it shouldn't be that bad. Just a little bit of patience would be required, that's all. So basically 3 leafy sections, and should the after image have no shading? I wonder. Probably, that makes sense. Half opacity and keep it flat colored to make it stand out as a different thing that is an after image. That sounds good. Yeah, Miss, try not to let it get to you too much, dude. It's just an asshole. It doesn't matter that much. But have a good night. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, there we go. Right. Okay, so now I'm going to Whoops. Hitting all the wrong buttons. Alright, there we go. And I don't know. I really prefer having his red go down further than I used to do it. Used to have it not go that low, but it just looks good when it goes lower. The green is still there after all. Let me just dial this up a little bit, then blur it. There we go. The red is quite the vibrant color, and honestly, I think it looks good. I've always liked it. So, what's... Oh, that's that. I need to do that. Okay. Let's apply a gradient to... Whoops. About there? Probably about there. Ah, moon-wide ruins. It follows the moonbound forest, this one. This one's pretty. I like it. Yes. It's all... It'll come up in a... I think it'll be a semi-soon plot point, actually. Ooh, I don't want to spoil it too much, but this ruin is a human ruin. I'll say that much. And it involves the moon. Shush, no spoilers, that's all I'm saying. I do know that this is a destination that we should be going to semi-soon. My wild needs some archaeology research. Ugh. There's a reason she came down to Savon Town. Okay. Where did the vein go on the headpiece? Maybe I deleted it by accident. I don't know. Oh well, whatever. I'll just make another one. I like this song though. It makes me think of the Sun Temple in Klonoa. Which is interesting because this is kind of a counterpart to the sun. The reason for that is because when a good Pokerol song comes up, I'm like, oh, I want to talk about it because I love this music and I want to explain why I see. I'm the one that builds the soundtrack to Pokerol. I want to remind you guys, and in that, I also want to point out that I pick out music that I resonate with, that resonates with the scene or the dungeon or the situation. So I'm bursting with like passion for what I pick out. Especially for certain songs. Alright, so Maple Leaf's veins are darker than the actual color. So here's the thing, we gotta do a gradient on the veins, and I was like trying to figure out what color. So I think I'm just gonna go like down here. See how this color looks. Wait, what the hell? How mysterious. Oh, I missed a bit of... Okay, I see. That's fine. Yeah, that's about right. I think that's a good color. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, look at that. That's a nice transition. I know there's a little weird color bit missing. Because I filled... No, it's not because I filled it, actually. It's my own mistake. I was going to blame the fill tool, but then I realized, no, that was my bad. Also hear that? I always pick up on things. Like, listen to the strings here. Now. Oh, it didn't do it this time. Let me go back a bit. Listen to the strings of this one section. Think about how PMD these strings are. Now. I pick out music that sounds PMD like. I work very hard at picking out music that fits PMD. Even if it is different than you would be used to. Always make sure to pick something out that works. Da, da, da. Bum, ba, da, da, da. I don't even think this song is really the best song ever or anything. At least compared to some music I picked out. But it's still a good song. Morrow Chasm. Alright, there we go. Okay, that transition is good, however, I'm a little annoyed at one little thing. I don't even know how I made that mistake. Right up here. And also... there. Okay. You love the fiddle, don't you? Well, I do have a lot of fiddle music here, so enjoy. Now let's try something. Okay, so let's try 50%. Here's the only problem with opacity. Actually, if we like how this looks, I'm going to merge some layers together. Do you guys think that the leaves look good? Because I'm going to merge the layer. I'm going to merge the gradients and veins together. If you guys think they look good, since they're going to be shaded together. So this will I need to do this because right now I have 12 layers, and that's kind of insane. So we're gonna, instead of having 12 layers, whoops. Let's have 3 layers. There we go. Much better. I don't mind having a lot of layers, but for the sake of shading, that would be annoying. And, and 50% opacity on the, after image. Yeah, that seems good. No, that's 15, not 15. I hate those words, by the way. The number 15 and the number 50. You have to pronounce it so carefully or it sounds like the same thing. 15%'s a little too faint. Those two numbers suck. Whoever decided they should be phonetically said that way is dumb. Oh, your lisp. How dare you. Kind of true, actually. I also can't say the word bag. As in bag. As in bag, as in shopping bag. Bag. I say bag. It's shopping bag. I can't do the A sound there for some reason. And then my voice broke, and I had to cough up something. Trying to pronounce numbers and stuff. Ah, alright. 14 with 40, 15 with 50, 16 with 60, 17 with 70, 18 with 80, 19 with 90. I only really have a problem with 15 and 50. I think it's the only one where my list comes at being a problem. 13, 30. Everything else I can enunciate, but... anyways, let's continue. Oh, the ears. I did not notice. I did not do the ears. That is silly. I should do the ears. Which layer is the ears? There's the... Okay. The ears are the same color as the paw, and I kind of forgot about that. Alright, I'll use the fill tool. Oh god. Oh god. Wow, okay. Thanks. Fill tool is a really chaotic device sometimes, though. Thing is, though, I had to lower it down enough now that... Look. See the problem? Wait, the fuck? Wait, hold on. Oh. Seriously, what is wrong with how I did the leaves? Okay, hold on. Oh, that's problematic, actually. Because I already did that. That's no good! Alright, it's fine. I can fix it still. Just a little more annoying now. Just gotta work with the gradient. There we go. Any other stupid little mistakes with Leaf? Yes, right here. Oh. Actually, no, it's... Well, yes, but... Actually, no, it's more the... Okay. The fill tool went outside the lines here. And it didn't go inside the lines here. Good work, fill tool. It both went too far and too little at the same time. It's pretty minor, but... We gotta look over what it did, make sure everything's good. So it makes sense. It mixes the little corner areas, though. That's the thing. You guys still touch up the fill tool sometimes. That's why I just generally don't bother with it. Again, the ears. What was wrong with me doing the leaves? I didn't fill the color quite right. And it's kind of weird. I don't know why. I don't know why I had trouble with that. $50 versus 50. 50? 50? 50. 50 versus 50. So it's just a shorter sound. for you. I mean. Oh no, you can't play in that order. Mount Iron comes after Mount Iron, or Mount Iron Peak comes after Mount Iron. I'm very happy with these two. I really had fun getting song pairs. That is to say, where you have a dungeon with multiple songs in it. I'm very happy with Mount Iron and Mount Iron Peak. They're a very good pair. Oh. Damn it. I fixed some stuff on the wrong line there. There we go, I fixed it now. On the right one. This song is really good, but what I love about it is how cohesive it is to the next song. So, just like, think about this song for a second. Like, think about its mood, its melody. And then do me a favor and compare it to the next song that plays. Also, since this is a fun creative exercise, what does this song make you think of? What is this song? What scene does this song set for you? What does this mountain hold? A grand journey. I think it's a little more active than just that. It's more than just a journey, right? Though if that is your answer, that is an acceptable answer. What do the rest of you think? Oh, buggeration. No, wait, I'm doing that right. I thought I was on the wrong line layer again. No, this time I'm actually fine. If I am on the wrong layer, I will notice much later when I shade that something is a little bit off, but I could probably just fudge it if I do have that happen. It's not really the end of the world. And then here's the song that follows. Mount Iron Peak. Now, listen. So you heard that triumphant trumpet piece. Now match it up to this. Does this song? Figure out. Listen to this song and listen to how it matches up with what you just heard. Oh, Fox, that's a good answer. I like that one. So in the middle of a giant battle with the party? Yeah, okay. You're picking up the resonations, man. What does this song make you think? Keep in mind, these two songs are not actually connected. Like, the musicians did not compose these to be together, but I put them together because they work together. Clean up what the filter didn't do. Oh well. Still working. Nice. That is relevant, yes. So you could say a foundry, perhaps? Slightly related note, Smithy's dungeon, the final dungeon in Super Mario RPG, I like it. It's a neat idea for a dungeon. I don't know what it is, but factory dungeons in RPGs, I like them. Magitech Factory, Final Fantasy VI. There's something very neat and oppressive about them. Anyways, your answers are actually very resonant towards what I was aiming for, so cool. Let's just say that the mountain is named Mount Iron for a reason. And perhaps weapons of war are being made. This is a miscontinent event, though, so. Nope. Can't play in that order. Start with this one. Another two-part song. It's played in the wrong order. The peak song comes second, not first. Mount Shiver. Spoiler? Maybe. Maybe not. Good IT arc. Oh. So feel free. What's up? Yeah, Mount Shiver is an important mountain, too. Mount Iron is as well. I mean, Mount Iron is technically the final dungeon of this continent, I'd say. Maybe. Kinda. Kinda. It's not quite. Remember, the game will have arcs based on continents, so... A cold/winery fill? Interesting combination of things. Cold and winery. But yes, it's very wintry, this song. But also, very active. So Arky said, I don't belong on a pedestal. I've made some terrible mistakes, including recently. There are enough folks out there that consider me evil incarnate. I'm no saint, just another snip doing his best to make a few folks' lives better. I feel the same way, Ark. With my audience, sometimes people look up to me a little too strongly, I think. And I always let people know, like, I really appreciate all the attention, I really appreciate all the interest, but make sure not to revere me too much. Like, you guys matter too. And I don't think anyone belongs on a pedestal. I think I don't put you on a pedestal either, Ark. I simply praise what you have done because I have seen what you have done, and I think that is worth pointing out. That is worth speaking positively of. You've made mistakes. I have made some bad mistakes myself, especially back in the day, like, I don't know, more than 4 years ago. I don't know, man. I made some big mistakes too. I was never malicious, but man, I did make some people's lives harder, and it sucks. But you know, I'm turning that around. I'm maturing. I'm growing up and learning more about myself, learning more about what I want to do, and being more productive and just better. And that's all we can hope to do. So, Ark, I don't think any less of you for saying that. So those of you just gotta look out for each other. Stronger together. That is absolutely true. Most creatures are social. Humans are certainly a social species, and I suppose sentience itself brings social needs, I think. Even non-sentient things need social attention, though. Dogs included. But that's really humble of you to say that, Art. It's pretty cool of you. Let us put no one on a pedestal, but let us praise what people do right. I think that is what's important. I think there can be a lot of harm when somebody idolizes someone. Which happens with streamers and YouTubers, which is something I have personally seen. Some people have left me comments that are very obvious, like, these people basically see me as, like, practically a godly like, they practically see me like a god, like, oh my god, you're the most amazing person ever, you can do no wrong, you're amazing. It's like, no, please, that's a little too much, you know? I appreciate the positivity, but make sure to keep it realistic. Because I make mistakes too, and yeah. Can I have the pedestal then, since you're not using it? I ate the pedestal. Everybody has done some shitty things in the past, I'm pretty sure. Growing up, you have to learn. You learn from your mistakes. Something that a lot of people have trouble accepting, especially those with bad self-esteem, is that mistakes are not necessarily... Like, it sucks to make a mistake. It sucks to make a mistake with others, but that does let you learn. And honestly, the best learning process is through making mistakes. I don't judge people for making mistakes as such, generally. Unless it's a really severe one they should have avoided. But generally speaking, if somebody makes a mistake, I accept it. The only time I have a problem with it, you know, I accept it if they turn it around. If they realize what they did wrong. The only thing, I get harsh if somebody repeats the same exact mistake over and over again. If I see somebody repeating the same mistake over and over again, I know they're not learning. That I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with people making mistakes. I have a problem with people not growing. That's when there's a problem. But mistakes, if you're willing to work through what you did wrong and you want to learn from it, then I won't judge you. Anything for a punch in your belly, eh? Well, of course. More rolls to wobble around when I get a nice deep massage to all that fat. The thing is, if someone doesn't learn it, that means they don't care in the slightest. Not necessarily, Jones. Some people have trouble grasping what the lessons they need to learn. Some people try and still mess up again. But there are definitely times where people don't actually care. They make a mistake. They don't really care they made the mistake. They have no intention of, like, avoiding it in the future. But they just give a half-hearted, yeah, sorry, I guess, to somebody that they made the mistake to. And they think that'll fix it, just saying sorry. It's good to say sorry, but it's better to show it. Yeah, sometimes people will repeat the same mistake. That's why I have kind of like It's kind of a tolerance threshold. Depending on how big the mistake is, I like... I'll generally get harsher the more the mistake is repeated. But I will give some leeway, you know. I'm not super harsh about it. I've told people, like, don't tell me sorry. Just fix what you did wrong. Like, I really actually don't even want to hear those words. I just want to see them fix it. I just want to see them develop. It's a nice gesture to say sorry, but it's not really that important to me. Like, individually. Like, telling me sorry is much less important to me than showing it to me. Boy, you're an enigma to me still. You definitely listen. You definitely think. I think you do struggle to grow at times, though. Bug, I just realized I want to, after all this work, well, it's okay. It's fine. So I just randomly realized that I wanted to, wait, can I just dump everything in a folder? That would probably do it. I randomly realized I wanted to, there we go. Okay, that works. I wanted to recenter the character. There we go. That's a bit better. Center the main body. It may be like, about there. Okay, that's better. Just a little bit more centered. That's all. Well, hi there, Guan. We have Aspen art. You remember Aspen, right? You got a picture of him. Pause the tum. Yes.
Pause and da tum.
Da tum. Da tum. Da tum. I like how she said it. But Aspen is a lovely fellow. I really, he's fun to get art for because I wrote a backstory for him, like a couple chapters. Like I said, he used to be human, used to be a Pokemon researcher, still is, still tries to do his job, still tries to be human. Still tries to dress in clothes and be human, but that sap in his belly wants to keep him fat and keep him boorish sometimes too if he doesn't eat enough. So he keeps dipping into feralness now and then. So he still tries hard to do his job though. I don't get him in clothes very often, but it's really fucking adorable. He tries so hard to look human. It's kind of wonderful. Yeah, he's usually clothed, actually. It's just that clothes aren't always fun to draw, so a lot of the art he has is not clothed. Stick your head in his belly, but you'll probably get dragged in. You would. But yeah, Arc. Depending on the girth, clothes aren't ideal anyways. Well, the thing is, too, he keeps breaking his clothes because that sap wants him to eat enough that his gut stretches out and breaks his shirts and stuff, as demonstrated in that one picture. So let's see. Currently talking to a friend who has such a stressful day today, reverted to a dragon personality that eats negative thoughts in the shadows. From water to dragon. Interesting, Guad. I've been actually maining my Shadoxian form because of a lot of toxicity that happened, and it's a form that I can hold up to that stuff better. So actually, I completely understand that. Actually, go on. Have you seen this art? You probably haven't. I don't think you've seen this. Yes. It's, I really like this picture. Like I said, I'm going to do a few design changes, but this really encapsulates my personality well. Oh, thank you, Badu, for getting there. The Occupant's the artist, actually. This was a request picture done by, oh, let me look up the name again. Magentasaur. Very lovely artists, and I tried to commission them, but they only took requests, and they were up for a request, and I was like, okay. I really wanted to commission them, though. You can probably tell why. But you can look up them on FA with that name that I just posted. Oh, cool, we got the boost. Thank you, guys. That boost was sitting around not quite complete for a while there. Oh, that's the previous Sunday's picture. I left up the project file for it. I should close that just for memory, just for performance. Time for new people to appear. Hopefully, we'll see. I'm sure they'll comment about the weird picture if they show up, so we'll know. And thank you, Ark, for finishing the boost, by the way. This is Malthunder. All right, so we done that. I think we're done with the flats. Yes, we are. I'm kind of glad you closed his eyes because then I don't have to do the eye stuff. It's not that it's hard. Just don't do the eye stuff. I feel like good about that. Fat. What a fatty. All right, let's see. That's how you know. Maybe they'll like it though. Well, then they might exclaim like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't expect to find Vore on Twitch. This is nice," or something. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I need to do. I guess I could just sit on top. Sure, it could be its own layer. So this isn't something I would do with shade. It's actually something I'll do flat, and then will shade it a bit more. But basically, the characters in this drawing. Well, I haven't gone to the shade yet, bud. Yes, they look a little flat because I haven't gone to the shading. My drawing. Oh, I'm confused. Oh, I guess that's why you said characters. Debatably speaking, there are characters in this picture after all, though, but... I'm sorry to hear that, though. Yeah, it's... Perspective's a bitch. I'll just put it that way. Sometimes it's really hard not making things look flat. Honestly, I really like naval stuff sometimes. Especially with Aspen, he's the best of it. Because his belly is very cute. So there's this one type of, there's this one kink, right? And I'm not really sure if it's lewd. I don't think it's really lewd, but it seems lewd. And that's the idea of somebody stuffing their muzzle into a belly button and just lapping around. It sounds exceptionally lewd, but technically it's clean. It's one of those clean but not sort of situations. Is it lewd like holding hands? I mean... I think it's a little more odd than that, but everything is a fetish. This is true. That's lewd ESC. Escape? That's lewd escape? But not fully... What does ESC mean in this case? Sounds lewd. That's lewd escape, but not fully... But you'd be able to tell somebody was up and look at it for more than 5 seconds. It's just... passionate lickings. I don't think that's any more lewd than somebody, like, suckling on a foot. Because paws. It's one of those insinuating sort of things, but it wouldn't be actually lewd. Lewd adjacent. Lewd-esque, lewd adjacent. Oh, lewd-esque, that's what you meant to say. Okay. Lewd, I'm just going to say lewd adjacent. The passion behind it is what makes it lewd. But what if the passion is just to lick a belly hole? And there's nothing, like, sexual about it? Would that still be lewd if the passion was technically platonic and just more interested in licking? This gets into a really interesting topic, and honestly, this actually is a great point to. This is a great point, jumping off point to address how this is like fetishes, interests. They're very subjective. It's all really a matter of perspective. Some stuff is undeniably lewd, but a lot of things are just up to perspective. So there's tons of people that consider any form of vore to be lewd. There are tons of people that consider even the most basic vore picture to be basically smut. Consider that. Also, it's time for shading. Okay, but ask me this. Why did it have to be a random part like the belly button? The main point of the belly button is intended for licking. It's the main purpose. Well, I mean, with Aspen, there's an easy answer. It leaks sap, and the sap tastes good. That's the same reason that Mist was interested in French kissing him. So there can be a purpose and a goal when it comes to Aspen on that sort of thing. Good night to you. Good night to you, Guan. Sound like a Luddite, but now it's a Ludite. What the hell? I also consider that licking is itself kind of a little bit forward, but dogs do it very casually, just as a form of interest and affection. So is that lewd? No. I know that's not lewd. Okay, fair. Aspen gets a pass. Maybe. Maybe so. Aspen, you have a little more of an excuse with. Dogs get a pass because they're dogs. Okay. Does that mean I could just lick wherever I want? It's fine. It's fine because I'm a dog? But see, that's the thing. Perspective is really interesting, though, when you think about it. Do you know why I struggle to grow? I would never be able to know that. That's a personal thing. I can't tell you how. I can't tell you why that is. Also, one second. I'm going to redo this. Though by asking that question, I could tell that you don't completely grasp kind of how it works, I guess. You still have a lot to learn, boy. But that's something that you can work on. But yeah, there's a lot of, I've seen a lot of pictures where one character is just licking another. And yes, it usually is insinuative. I think those situations, I think when licking's involved, I think that leads into insinuation. But not always. It can, though. Ah, old beacon. I just realized what we were playing. But yeah, I have a lot of weird little, like, kink things, I guess. Maybe it's because I'm a dog, too, but I do like the idea of licking, like, lots of things. Paws and bellies and, well, French kiss licking was good. I don't actually always have an interest in, like, belly button stuff. It's just with certain characters I do. And Aspen, absolutely. It's just one of those little things. I actually don't mind. I don't mind that I have this interest, mind you. It's just one of those little things that I have about myself that is effectively just, like... how to put it? Ooh. Ooh, multiplying that looks good. I was like, what if I multiply this? I'm gonna multiply that. I like that. That looks... that gave that the edge I needed. Another one of my weird little interests, which is either loot adjacent or actually not loot at all, depending. And actually, I guess it gets back to the licking thing again. Thighs. Thick thighs. Getting squished between thick thighs. We did a picture recently of me getting squished in Typhlosion's thigh. Specifically getting kind of like entrapment / squishage into the thigh, like crevasse where it meets the body. The very soft and technically pretty sensitive space. I like that spot being interacted with, rubbed, licked indeed. As well as just being bodily smushed in there is nice too. So that's a spot I like. And you could say that's loot adjacent, especially the licking. But again, it's just kind of this appeal of a very soft, warm little spot. And some of you might go like, well, okay, you like that because it's near the crotch and the crotch has stuff going on. But actually, I much prefer the thigh thing with like a character that's kind of null. And if you don't know what that means, it's basically a character that doesn't have anything going on down there. Because I like to just focus that spot and such. I'm not interested when the thigh interest is going on. It's just about that. There's a base difference between sensuality and sexuality. Yes. Oops. I think that's something that a lot of people don't understand. If something's sensual, they see it as sexual. Sensual things can be sexual, but not all sexual things are. Well, I mean, sexual things are sensual, but not all sensual things are sexual. I'll put it that way. I'm quite fond of sensual things. The idea of some sensitivity and, like, you know, sensitivity, shudders and shivers and feelings and emotions. Some intimacy going on, but not necessarily leading to it being sexual. That's, in my opinion, enjoyable. The two are adjacent but not identical. Most people consider them one and the same, especially in macho culture. I agree. Yeah. And that's a real problem, that so many people don't know the difference. And again, it gets back to my earlier topic about how, especially like in North America, how this stuff isn't, like, sexuality isn't really addressed or talked about. Everybody wants to just hide that it exists. And in the process, things like this also get lost under the rug, too. The differentiation between these two elements, sensuality and sexuality, is also lost in the process, thanks to that lack of knowledge, lack of training, and lack of discussion. Which means that really pretty things that are really just purely sensual get labeled as smut sometimes, and it's just kind of disappointing. Most people do not let someone they're not intimate with be that close. That's true. But you have to remember that intimacy itself is not sexual either. Yes, it is a special thing. It does make sense that it would be more locked off. But it still gets back to this can still be discussed. This can still be, like, thought about. Whether or not that intimacy is being practiced. Except for culturally, people don't want that happening, so... No, some people. It's just kind of a shame. Trying to decide how I want to do this line. Do I like curve it down or do I not? You like massages because they feel intimate. In fact, I get pissed if massage art gets sexual too fast. Yeah, I get you. You guys love this Okami style music? It's good stuff. Oh, this song. This song. Pitch Abyss. I know some of you actually rather like the Deerling. The zombie Deerling stuff in Pokerol. Really liked it when it got creepy. This is a deep sea area where light doesn't reach down. We'll eventually underwater exploration will probably open up to us, and this is an area that will be creepy. Because nothing's quite as creepy as the deep. The deep, where you can't see much. Brooke's gonna carry. Yeah, well, Riley's light will also be fucking important as well. That probably wouldn't be enough, though. Hopefully get, like, a lantern escort or something. Alright, that looks pretty good. No, not lamp. Lamp wouldn't be good underwater. Lantern. The Pokemon Lantern. Did you guys forget about this? Lantern, the electric water type. Shame on you, all of you. I literally said the Pokemon's name that would be probably involved, and you guys are like, oh, another Pokemon? No. Come on. Lantern's cute. Would Tucker have some vision in the deep? Yeah, he would. Though if the water is murky or whatever, that would still obscure things for him. How dare you? Well, then talk about Lantern, jeez. Also, this is looking pretty good. Let's make this a screen layer. I haven't done that in a while, actually. How's it look screen? How's it look luminosity? Yeah, let's do screen. Screen is always good. But, also, Ark, I don't know if you have already gone to bed, but I know you said you were going to, so I just wanted to wish you a very good night, if you haven't left already. And I hope you have a good sleep, as you gave me. Well, feel free to stick around as long as you like. I just wanted to make sure to wish you a good night, because you certainly have done that for me. Yeah, I'm liking that. That looks pretty good. Look at how good that looks. That's good. I think that'll do. Shiny. Honestly, now I'll put an extra layer. That'll be fine. Oh, that solves my gradient issue. I didn't think about that. Nice. Hunter doesn't have a lot of Vore art. I bring this up as this Pokedex editor mentions how a can swallow prey whole. This probably doesn't have a lot of Vore art because not a lot of people actually like Lantern that much. Like, his designs, I guess for one, people don't care as much about fish. And for two, his design is a little bit simple, but actually kind of why I like it. I think it's a good design, personally. Also, yes, I'm trying to add a little more, like, shading this time for this picture, because, you know, after Fluffs was judging me on lack of boldness on the shading, I'm gonna, on the last picture, I'm gonna make this one more bold with it. Hopefully people like that. I might still lower this down a bit, though. Still very bold, even, yeah, that's good. Ark, I hope you have a great stream, Charm. You brought my life to a great deal in the lives of many others. It may not be perfect, but you know decency, and that's important. Thank you, Ark. I'm glad to have brightened your life as well, even in the short time that I've known you. I'm glad that I can still be that positive light for everyone, even if I am no longer a Charmeleon. There's always something symbolic about that, though. Having that tail flame, providing a light to others. I still like to do... I could still do that, though. A Shadox still glows, after all. Thank you for saying that. That makes me feel good. You have a good night. And to be fair, Charm, you were very low on the time at the time Fluffs brought that up. Fluffs was right, though. Fluffs was right. As a Charmander, you're like a torch. As a Shadox, you're like a nightlight. Yeah. It's a warm light versus a... Actually, now that I think about it, I went from a warm light to a cold light. I mean, Fluffs was right, though. It did look better when I molded it. So, I had to admit, you know. But yeah, it's fine. I'll just, like... I'll just multiply. If I multiply my shading, it should always look more robust. Because it's mixing... Well, you'll see. It should be always mixing elements of... I kind of want to shade like this. I guess I can if I want to. How do I want to shade this? Is it okay to reverse the shading on one element that's a deep pit compared to the rest of the elements of the picture?
That is to say, is it alright to direct shading atop the top of this? Even though I'm going to shade the bottom of everything else, I wonder if that will look a-okay.
Yeah, it looks fine.
I think it can play by different rule sets. I think 'cause it's a deep and darkened pit. So it can be doing whatever it wants to. I mean, who's going to stop it?
I don't know, it just looks better when I reverse the shading on that, so I'm just gonna do that. Unless it looks really weird at the end. Oh yeah, the shading's gonna be... I mean, by and large, it's gonna be downwards, but I can definitely have some variation. Alright, let's see. So now we get to the hard part. You know what? You know what would make this look better, actually? It just occurred to me. There's one thing I want to do. Well, Aspen's Valley desires to make you more pudge, so... Depends on what your definition of comfortable is. You might have one of the faster digestive systems of my characters, actually. Also, let's see. Is this any good? I feel like it would be just good to apply the drool a bit more by having a little bit popping up like this over the edge. Yeah, I think that works well. Oh, Cosmic Stout, thank you for the follow. Can even take it a bit further with... It's a good drawing, but how on earth did they allow this on Twitch? Thanks, whatever. I'm guessing you came... Honestly, I saw cursed content and had to come on in. I like the cut of your gym. You guys must have come back because my stream got boosted, so that's probably why you guys are here. So I guess explanations are in order for the new folks. This is one of those loot adjacent pictures, I suppose. I guess I could say. It's actually safe for work though. It's this is a Leafeon. a Leafeon that drools sap rather than, well, drool. And he's got special belly properties that allow his belly to directly consume. Yes, this is a Vore picture. It's weird as hell, but it's not actually adult or anything. That's why it's allowed. Okay, that's good. I don't know. I just had to make it a little stick here. Because I'm terrible, of course. Furry trash is my aesthetic. Dude. I resonate with this. Okay, now a little shading here. Yeah, the sap thing's a new thing. This character's been around a bit, but we're just introducing the idea that his drool is basically just like kind of a honey maple. There we go. Yeah, I do weird furry art on Sundays. I do other more normal gaming, well, sometimes, on other days. I've seen you do commissions. I have occasionally done commissions. Not too often, actually, but I do take them now and then. And then sometimes not so normal gaming, because I find safe for work furry games to play. And play those. Whoops. One thing that I think I need to do is... Well, I like the glistening on that. I think actually I'll dial it back. Alright. That. What am I like? Actually, yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. Kind of breaking a shading rule, but it looks better, so. Oh, the fact that Pokemon is enjoying this is kind of... Oh, he's having a great time. So this character is actually... Here, I'll show you some of his other pictures here. The original drawing I did of him a long time ago. Another example of this weird belly eating thing he can do. And here's him trying to be a human. This character actually has like a 2-chapter short story that I wrote for him. He used to be a Pokemon researcher or a human. A plant force-fed him a bunch of sap that turned him into a Leafeon. The sap sticks around and obviously makes can be drooled out and stuff. He's still technically human-minded, and he can still walk on 2 legs and wear clothes and do some human things and kind of use his paws for holding like pencils and stuff. But unfortunately, the sap makes him hunger, and it can make him fall into an animal state rather and lose his sentience for a while, and then he eats things. So Vore lore, it rhymes. But yeah, effectively, this guy is this fella here just tries desperately to still try to be human, but keeps messing up and being an animal anyways. Of course, the animal side of him absolutely adores doing so. He has a fun duality. He's tried his best. Alright, let's, Oh, right. I was like, didn't I want to do something else? Yeah, I did. Just remembered. I think... Well, I don't know if I should. Actually, maybe it's not necessary. No, I was going to think about putting a little sap on his upper snout, too. But I think this is good like this. He would be drooling downwards, after all. Man, why can't we just be turned into Pokemon? Life would be so fun and simple. Yeah, and then we have, like, battles and just, like... And just do cool things. That would be good. If everybody turned into Pokemon, I would be okay with this. Alright, now let's multiply this layer. Might want it a bit darker. How did I do it last time? Let me look at... I need to look at the previous collab project. I want to see how I did the shade on that one. By the way, here's what I did last Sunday. If it wants to open. Hello? Oh, right, I have to drag it over. This was a really fun sequence because it really demonstrated how he is human-minded, but unfortunately, if he starts feeding, he can kind of lose it. Pokemon don't have to pay taxes. That's it. That's why everybody should be a Pokemon. It's the best reason. So I didn't really add that much color to his shading on this one. So I guess I'll add more color this time. So I guess like that is good, but maybe a little bit darker would be good. Like that. Is that enough? Is that like a color? Like a balance? Kind of. Maybe before taxes become a gimmick in the next PMED game. I mean, Yoshi did have to commit tax fraud. Remember that game? Yoshi commits tax fraud. Look it up, by the way. Also, Fox, oh, you're drawing like a ton of characters? Take breaks, dude. Unlike me, where I try to always do everything in one session. I would just pause, take a break, work on it later. Actually, yeah, Chatot does take taxes out. That's true. Also, I guess that color will work. I can always adjust it if I need to. Alright, you know, the hardest part of the picture is doing the shade on the main body, so let's... Down to up? Yeah, I feel like down to up. Ah, Runic Woods. Yes, this one is a cool one. What bird? Chatot? Hi, Char. Oh, hey there, dude. This is the original song. This is Runic Woods. So the original piece was I don't remember. It's a song from Paratune on SoundCloud. They provide royalty-free music, so a lot of their music I'm using for Pokerol, our D&D game. This is for Runic Woods Dungeon, which we haven't seen yet, and won't for a while because that's all the Mist Continent. Also, yes, welcome to the new people, by the way. You are certainly welcome here. I like the cut of your jibs, or gibs, or however you say that fucking word. We are very inclusive. You don't have to be furry to hang out here. Oh, thank you. On that note. Let's see here. So we're doing, if you're wondering what this blue stuff is, this is me using a selection tool. I'm going to select part of the picture just to have an easier time shading it. 8.5 hours of drawing? You should probably take a break, dude. It's supposed to be my stunning image. I do all in just one day. Yeah, but have you seen my stream goers and how they get mad at me when I work on a picture too long, though, dude? Oh man, you take it like Rusty Canyon. Honestly, this song's a bit simpler than a lot of the music I grabbed, but still a good song. The quote-unquote worst music I've grabbed for Pokerol is still good. It's just not as inspiring as the other pieces. This makes me want to play Sonic Roboblast 2 again. That game has a really awesome canyon stage. Actually, I need to play that for you guys. It got updates, new levels and shit. It's been a long time since I played it, so... 1,900 more subs to go until you show the Charizard. Sweet. Yeah, when you do that, link me up the video. Ow, that was a painful stretch. What the hell? Did a stretch that did not feel very good. Yeah, the art he wanted was for a special event. Let's see, how do I want to divide this part up? Okay, I think I got it. Kind of like making some personal decisions, like how do I want to divide this part up, that part up. Alright, I'll do this. So you're going to select multiple sections, but make sure they're separate from other sections. Then I could simply invert the selection to do the other half. Basically, whatever I don't select, I can hit invert, and then that's selected. Done. It's a cool idea. Oh, Reese, thank you. Grab yourself a couple. Look like they're both bronze. Can't quite tell. It's very far away. Sandrock. That's a nice percussion line. Oh, good night to you, Blink. Have a nice nap in there. You know, when I made all the action commands, like the original ones too, not just the Dirk ones, I never intended them to be people's way of leaving the stream. You know, pop themselves in my belly and then poof. I had never thought of that as an idea of a way of using that. It's quite a nice idea though. I like it. Actually, wait, maybe I should select the whole. Should I select the whole arm? Maybe I should. Yeah, I probably should. Can I have this song? I can maybe. Hold on. I'm trying to like remember how to get the name. The names are written down, but not for these iterations of the song. Let's see here. I'll give you the name. You can find it from there. I want to say it was on Newgrounds. What was this one used? What was this song? Sandfall Cavern. I just thought you would never sleep, and going on a world recorder for the person who never sleeps. You know, sometimes I really do wonder that myself if I'm trying to do some sort of world record, but hopefully and typically not. I think I see a silver there. Somebody got a silver Zygarde. Well, red did. Puffball's made the Henry Sickler games? I didn't know this. That's why the names seem vaguely familiar. What do you know? I didn't know they composed. That's cool. And then you got a silver. Is it? Oh, okay. You're going. I see what you're doing. You're getting 2 of each. So far you've gotten 2 bronze on the first one, a bronze and silver on the second one, a bronze and silver on the third one. Not bad, not bad. They also made Among Us. What? They did? Huh. I guess I could respect that. Nope. I didn't... Remember, I don't care about Among Us. It's a game that encourages use of social manipulation. And I never want to bring up my manipulative side, so those sort of games do not jive with me as well. Not when they're the focus. I mean, I do appreciate the Henry Stickmin games. But... God, look how fat his neck is. Look, these are neck squishes. God, he's such a fat neck. Has he got another meal in his mouth and neck, right? That's like a throat bulge / mouth bulge, right? He's in the middle of swallowing somebody else down. Has to be. Never assume I've heard of something popular, my friends. To answer that question, by the way. Never ever assume that just because everybody else heard about something, I did too. Remember, I usually turn my eyes towards things less common, less known. So while I'm busy doing that, I'm not looking at the popular stuff. I mean, heck, look at the Pokemon Direct where everybody's excited about Pokemon Legends, and I was like, I looked at it just a little bit, thought it didn't give me enough information, so I didn't really care about it. Thought it looked kind of jank and bad too, and so I was wondering why they even released a trailer. Ignored it and went back to looking at new Pokemon Snap, which looked far better. Meanwhile, the official Pokemon channel does a poll. Let me find the poll. Meanwhile, the official Pokemon channel does a poll on their thing. And... well, I think this summarizes it pretty well. It's like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll be over here in the 7%, I guess. To be fair, that's slightly more than people that care about... Why does nobody care about Pearl? What the fuck? But yeah, like... yeah, Legends, the preview trailer that showed absolutely nothing about it and looked really kind of jank and was running really poorly. 72% of people focusing on that. Okay, cool. You enjoy that shallow experience, friends. I'll go look at the game that actually looks good. Honestly, I'm gonna be super blunt here. Pokemon Legends, the trailer's quality about how it looked and how it was running. Again, it's not an excuse that it was early. It looked really bad. It looked really performance-wise bad. It looked like some indie devs trying to put together a really ambitious Pokemon game. Like some, not even indies, like just some amateur developer just putting something together, and it's like running really jankly. It's like, well, that looks kind of neat, dude, but like, it's not very professional, obviously, because you're not a professional. You're just a guy on Indie Boost or something. No offense to those, you know, who develop on Indie Boost. I played some great games there, but yeah. It looks really slapped together and shitty, and everybody loves it, of course. Cool. Good to see everybody's really shallow, and just because it's like, oh my god, it's an open world game! Ah, excited! It's like, shut up, dude. You don't even pay attention to it. Look how shit it looks! What the hell? Pay attention! Use your critical eye, holy crap. It's just annoying to me. Yes, I do agree the idea of Pokemon Legends sounds good. And it could even come out good. But I'm super... like, I told everybody this when I finished Sword. I explained that I 100%ed I did everything in Sword, all the DLCs. And my opinion of it was that it was exceptionally mediocre and poorly put together. I think it runs really poorly. It's very unprofessional. Especially if you turn online on and just walk around the wild areas. Holy crap. It doesn't look good. Look at new Pokemon Snap. It blows Sword out and Shield out of the water graphically. Like, Bandai Namco know what the fuck they're doing, and I appreciate that. Snap, new Pokemon Snap looks really, really good. It honestly looks like a really lovely world to explore. Even if it's on rails, I would still love to explore it via the camera. Yeah, I just really get annoyed. I don't mind like Pokemon and Nintendo Directs. I don't mind E3. I don't mind stuff like that necessarily. But it just grinds my gears when some fucking company comes out with this like really like, oh, look how special this is, kind of like really hyped up kind of trailer, like, oh, make it all cinematic, make it all cool looking, but it shows you pretty much fucking nothing, and then everybody loses their shit and like, all right, I pre-ordered the game, it's gonna be the best game ever. It's like, holy shit, you don't know anything about it. What the fuck is this fucking hype culture, man? I cannot wrap my head around hype culture. I don't get it. I think it's stupid. It's like, oh, let me have a shiny thing. I have a shiny thing. Look, I have these shiny keys. Let me dangle these shiny keys for my face. Ooh, isn't that pretty? Are you excited now? Look at these shiny keys. Like, this is what it feels like to me, you know? It feels like a bunch of babbies just going nuts over the shiny thing. Fuck cinema. I get, it grinds my gears just going to like on Steam and like, oh, there's this game I'm interested in. I'd like to see. Let me go to the Steam page. Let me look at the videos on it. And then all the videos are just cinematic trailers. And it's like, yeah, but, you know, there's one really important thing about a game that I'd really like on its video page, and that's to have some fucking gameplay videos! Holy crap! Like, holy shit, why is that not important to people? I don't get it. Just go on Steam for any, like, AAA game. Go to the Steam page of that AAA game, and you tell me how many AAA games actually have gameplay footage in their fucking trailers. Beyond just, like, 2 seconds, I mean. Enough that you can actually get a feel for the game. At least indie developers are cool. There's quite a few that just, straight up, their Steam page video is just, like, 10 minutes of solid gameplay. And I'm like, yeah, that's good. That gives me an impression of the game. I sure do love when an interactive media is just something I'm watching and saying, "Ooh, that looks pretty. Look how pretty the things are in it." It's like, no, how about carry it about the gameplay experience, yo? I mean, cinematics are nice. It's nice to play a game that has good cinematics. I'm not dissing the idea of playing a game and then staying back and enjoying a cinematic now and then. Like, that's good, but the focus is stupid, you know, towards cinematic. Look at Cyberpunk 2077. I'm glad I didn't pick it up. I almost considered doing so because I was like, you know, I don't want to pick up something that's popular. I want to pick up something that's popular. I want to pick up something that is more mainstream because I'm a little too hipster sometimes. I should actually go ahead and engage in something that's popular for once, you know? But then I held off because I was like, but I have a bad feeling about this. Like, looking at what gameplay there was and stuff at the time, I was like, but I have a bad feeling about this, so I didn't pick it up. And what do you fucking know? It kind of sucks. Go fucking figure. I would love to not be a hipster, guys. But when popular things are always shit, it's kind of hard to bounce out of that. I mean, I really stuck with it for Pokemon Sword. It did not deserve my attention. But I still stuck with it because I wanted to form a modern Pokemon opinion. I wanted to have a thorough opinion of the game, so that whatever opinion I had in it was well-researched. Yeah. Which is why I'm now very critical about Legends. Because I stuck it out with Sword, even though it didn't deserve it. And I basically said at the end of my Sword playthrough, like, this was unimpressive and cost a lot of money that it didn't deserve. If they want to do ambitious titles, or, you know, if further Pokemon titles have to fucking try harder, is basically what I said. I said it in less harsh words, but... And yeah, you know what? Legends, it's technically still too early to say how it's going to come out, but that trailer was atrocious. If I was on their PR team, I would have put a lock on that. I would have been like, no, we're not releasing a trailer for this yet. This is too early. It looks like shit. Like, this does not... It's running terribly. There's nothing good showing up to show off here. Don't show anything for this. Announce it later. That's what I would have been like if I was on the PR team. I don't know why they thought that was acceptable to show off. Especially after the poor performance of Pokemon Sword and Shield. I really thought they'd be like, well, okay, Sword and Shield had a pretty bad performance. We got to make sure that we impress people with the performance of future Pokemon titles. Is what I thought they would do, but then they just released that trailer and go to show they don't give a shit still, apparently. It just kind of sucked, man. Now you know how I feel. I knew how you felt, Hyper. I think the main series of Pokemon games have been slipping and sliding for a while, personally. But, I mean, there's been ups and downs, but... Honestly, though, all the hate generated for Pokemon Sword and Shield was mostly about the whole Dex thing. Which I didn't really care about, by the way. I still don't. That's not what bothers me. What bothers me is the core fucking engine being like shit. Like complete shit. I don't know who's developing Pokemon Legends. I think I heard it was not Game Freak, but whoever is doing it seems to be doing it like Game Freak did Pokemon Sword and Shield, just from what I've seen so far. Again, is the concept interesting? I guess. I don't really care about Sinnoh personally, but I do think that an open world Pokemon game is a good idea. But did everybody just forget how Pokemon Sword and Shield, its original trailers tried to tailor the game to indicate the wild areas were these huge, massive places, and there would be multiple of them? Do you remember how the trailers were themed? It showed the player in a foresty setting. It showed them in a sandy desert. It showed them at a little lake. And those areas, the way the trailer was themed, it was manipulating the viewers to think that these were all different biomes, different wild areas. Not just one wild area. And that it'd be expansive and all over the place. It was such a manipulative trick. I don't appreciate that. And I feel like people forgot this, because now everybody's freaking out about Pokemon Legends and how it looks, and oh, it's open world and stuff. Like, well, guess what? Sword and Shield pretended they were kind of open world too, and literally doctored the footage and like manipulated how much of it you saw and how you saw each area, so you thought it was all bigger and more grand than it was. So who's to say they're not doing that with Pokemon Legends too? You know? They could just be manipulating everyone all over again. And it works because people are stupid and have short-term memory, apparently. Which is why I just do not care about a trailer like that. I mean, I care about the fact it runs poorly. That's about it, though. But beyond that, I don't care because, like, it's not showing me anything that couldn't just be doctored, manipulated, or just, it doesn't show anything. It's only there to build hype, and hype is kind of, but you know what? Hype is useless. Hype does nothing. It's okay to be excited about something, mind you. I'm not saying don't be excited. I'm saying that hype culture is stupid. It doesn't do you any good. It just gets you excited about nothing. Which also means you can get let down. And that sucks. It sucks to get let down. So this is why I don't get excited about something unless I can concretely tell that it's something worth getting excited about. I save my interest, I save my excitement for something once, not when it's hyped, but when it's concretely demonstrated as cool. You know? I think getting excited over hype's not really worth it. It seems like a waste of energy. Well, Hyper, would you be able to provide a direct example, though? Such as people got excited about the wild area, but it was manipulated, and now people are getting excited about Legends, and it could technically be somewhat manipulated, too. Do you have a direct example like that? I'm not saying everybody's stupid anyways. I'm saying some people just lose their train of thought. I think excitement can make people kind of derpy. And I'm a dog, I understand derpy. So I think I know what I'm talking about. Hype is good for indie games. Okay, I don't mind hype so much with smaller titles, because it's a good way to get more attention to them. But I don't feel like a Pokemon title needs hype. People are going to be watching that regardless. So any coverage that comes out about something Pokemon related, it should be less about hype and more about concrete information. That's my opinion anyways. Alright, that's good. I'm done selecting things. Now we can actually color. Or shade. It's not really saying getting hyped, it's more getting overhyped. I guess that's the problem, isn't it? I don't have a problem with hype. I have a problem with overhype. I have a problem with hype without information. I have a problem with unnecessary hype. I have a problem with unnecessary excitement that isn't substantiated with anything concrete that you really should be getting excited about. That's what I have a problem with. I just have a problem when people get excited without enough information to really get excited about. I mean, obviously that's a bit subjective, but I think we can all agree that while Legends is a cool idea, it didn't really show you anything. Like, yeah, it kind of indicated, like, oh, this is fairly open looking. But do you notice how empty it was? The trailer, I mean? I think a much better reviewer than me when it comes to this sort of topic. Look up Radical Soda. I like his video. He kind of critiqued the Pokemon Direct. He is a cool person. Here. Radical Soda basically could say everything I felt about the trailer better than I can, so Anthem, Fable games. Honestly, again, Cyberpunk 2077, another example of hype being bad. There was gameplay of Cyberpunk 2077, but it was suspicious gameplay. If you saw early gameplay, it was the person playing wasn't playing naturally. They would walk down a street and then slowly pan their camera up to look at a building for no reason. It was so very clear that it was a developer carefully doctoring what they're doing and like panning their camera more cinematically so it looked more cinematic. It was actually kind of cringe in my opinion. Like, just play the game like a fucking normal person, you idiot. Hi there, Dragon. Welcome as I rant. I'm trying to decide if I actually like this color. I think I'll go with that color. Alright. Yeah, I like that better. Arctic Rats. Let's see. You guys are saying cool things. Oh, we're doing another boost? Sure, why not? Cyber 2027's main issue is the inhuman crutch devs put the workers through. Oh yeah, and on that note, I don't hate the workers in a lot of these cases. A lot of people are just doing their job. I'm not mad at people. I'm not mad at most individuals for putting together a bad game. That goes for Game Freak too, and their employees. Also, 1 second. Okay, that's better. I had to cough up my lungs for a second. Honestly, yeah, No Man's Sky improved, and I guess Cyberpunk could improve too, I suppose, if they wanted to improve it, but it's good to improve a game later, but that doesn't nearly compare as much as getting it right when it releases. Because when it releases is when a game sells the most. And if when a game sells the most it's kind of crap, that's a disservice to everybody who bought it. So, while it's good that No Man's Sky has turned things around, they still messed up really hard with people. And I don't think that is something that can ever be fully forgiven. Nonetheless, they took advantage of the consumer. I mean, they tried their best, admittedly. But they really should have just thrown in the towel before that and been like, okay, we need more time. Like, we can't release this. It's bad. But they did release it under pressure, and, well... I don't hate on No Man's Sky's team. Just saying they still messed up. They definitely still messed up. Again, it's good they made up for it later. I appreciate that, but it's not quite enough. Because better to not mess up at all than to fix a mistake you made. Investors won't let that happen, though. I don't know, if I was on the team, I wouldn't release it, even if the investors got pissed at me. I wouldn't care. I'd be like, yeah, but it would fail, so I can't do this now. You know? Like, this would be a disservice to everyone. Why the hell? Wouldn't do it. No, for freeze. Don't care if the investors get mad at me. If the suits are the people... Well, that's the thing, too. I would never put myself in a position where other people can control the release of my product. Unfortunately, that's just how things work sometimes. That's pretty cute. I think that'll work. Trying to balance this out is hard. Shading, that is. If anybody could tell me what song this game is from, good work. Skulltug mentioned, though. Yes, I'm playing Tribal Hunters, just give me time to get to it. God, I've been asked that question so many times. It's understandable, though. That video was fucking popular, the Tribal Hunter demo that I did. So I understand why everybody's asking me. But yeah, it'll be done. I have it. Friend gifted it to me. I just need to find the time for it, which it has slightly lower priority than a very special thing. As far as playing by the pound content. Playing by the pound content, it has lower priority than one other thing. But after that, it probably will happen. I'm not sure how I feel about the color that I've chosen here. I guess it's okay. I don't know. What do you guys think about the shading color? I guess it works, yeah. Need to clean up the arms, though. Because they are not supposed to be shaded. I like it. You like it? Good. This is not Luigi's Mansion song, actually. This is from Okage Shadow King of the PS2. It's the sewer level. I like it. It's a good song. Speaking of Tribal Hunter. I have to admit, I'll have a little trouble getting back into it because it's an RPG where you level up and stuff. You know, you gain money and skills and stuff. And I'm going to start that over after playing the demo. It's going to be a little bit annoying for my sensibilities, but it's fine. Is it the belly? We're not sure. I think only Key would know for sure. A stick situation. I like how two people did the same joke, but one person said it wrong, so it was funny. Samuel's grabber real slipping lately. Later? God, and then I can't even say that without slipping my own grabber. Good work. Hey, you have an FA? I do. It's Charm. C-H-A-R-E-M. Simple as that. That seems pretty good. I need milk. You have yet more Aspen art to color, I do. Tries to think what he's talking about. What is he referring to? Ah, Snow His Spire. Good one. This Pokeball level. Heh. This dungeon is good. I absolutely love the style of this song. What Aspen art are you referring to, Hyper? What? Actually, how about you just tell me, because I see some other stuff in Vore that I kind of need to check out later. And if I scroll down to find whatever the hell you're talking about, then it's going to mark everything as if I read it, and I don't want that. Because then I forget things. Also, it shouldn't be in Vore, it should be in CPG fan art. Is it there? No, it's not there. What? Put it there. Put it in the right channel. And I'll look at it. I don't really take commissions unless somebody's willing to pay quite a bit, because I have limited time. So you gotta be serious about it if you really want a commission for me. You pay premium because I'm busy, because I'm very, very busy. Sorry, by the way, it's just how it has to be. Time is, after all, money, and I'm not exactly a fast artist. That's looking pretty good so far. I appreciate that, puppy. Some people would have a problem with it, I know. Honestly, you're better off commissioning somebody of equivalent skill level to me that actually focuses art as his career and thus has way more time for it and thus charges a cheaper price, basically. But art is not my main, like, thing I do, so if I'm doing art for somebody, it does have to be a bit of a charge. Like, obviously I do art some days, so there is room to do art. There is room to take a commission. I'm also a bit picky when I draw, admittedly, so you throw a Pokemon idea at me, I might be interested, though, basically. Shiny head. Okay, thanks, Hyper. You can also just, you know, repost it yourself. It's fine, too. You're a staff member. Ooh, Spray Foam Heights. That is a mountain full of waterfalls. If people want me to see their art for me, they really should post in the CPC for fan art, though, honestly. It's entirely possible I'll miss it otherwise. What if I just throw a Pokemon at you? Well, depending on what size the Pokemon is, that may hurt. Please throw gently. But okay, I'll hear you out though. What are you interested in? I haven't heard this song in a while, so I don't remember the melody quite. Still a good song. It's kind of like Secret of Mana song, though. Your latex conversion was pretty nice. Which one? There's a few. Which one appealed to you? Join the pack. Wasn't the one that Bulb Surgery, though? Well, thanks for the attitude, Hyper. What the hell, dude? Yeah, Mr. Streamer, would you fucking hurry up and stop doing the stream stuff for a second? My God. You seem a little confrontational, Hyper. You also pointed out how I would have gotten in your case for doing something that I did, and that wasn't the case at all, actually. You were misreading that. You've been a little confrontational tonight. Just noticing that. I know he just wants to help. I just need him to watch. He's kind of edging his tone a little too much, you know? I feel like that could be settled down a bit. This is looking pretty good so far. It's kind of weird to shade this in this weird fat. By the way, the reason I'm not looking at the picture yet is because my mind is on this particular shading section. So please allow me to shade this. There we go. So I can then safely turn my attention away without getting confused. I'm going to bed, Bell. Keep it out. Okay. I think the picture you're talking about, though, is a picture I didn't actually work on, so that's not my art. That was a commission I got. So you might be misinterpreting what my skills are. Well, in that regard, at least. This is Ranger music. Yes, Alma Woods or something, if I recall. It's a nice little song, so I added it to the poke roll. Plus, I'm sure some people would appreciate some spin-off music here and there, like that. Oh, I thought you were referring to that as like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was you jumping off and saying like, you know that Joy the Wolf picture? I'd love it if you could draw something like that for me. I'd be like, oh, well, I can't do that. It's not my art. Like that. I mean, I probably could do some transfer. But anyways, like, thank you for saying it's cute, though. Yes, you have a good sleep. You could ask me about this in another stream. How's that look? That looks pretty good. Ooh, start site facility. Ah, yes, this one. This one has a really cool beat. It's kind of hard to sing to, though. At times. Okay. It's fine. You can, yeah. I check my FA semi-frequently, so. Okay. Now I'm done with that section. I can check the image now. Okay. This shading process is a bit memory intensive for my brain, so it is hard to switch gears. Let's take a look. I have sinned. Okay. Oh, that's really cute. Oh, somebody else had saying, "Oh, that's really cool too, Parker. That's really neat of you." Oh, I'm glad that song inspired you. I'll link that to Karstris. Actually, you should post that in the Pokerol server. I was just put that in the Pokerol server and at Karstris. He'd probably love to see that. He was very. I recall he was very happy with the song I came up with. So. Yes, Coda drew a nice thing. This is I like this a lot. This looks like a follow-up picture to the one that we're doing right now. Because he's got a slightly fatter belly and he's sitting down and seeming satisfied. And oh my god, he's even more sticky. I suppose I could color this, yes. Sorry for being sassy. Yeah, it's just, you know. I can understand that you're well meaning. It's just harsh tones maybe sometimes not the best idea. But yes, I'll
I like how he said that I have 7. It's very good. Well, I mean, it's kind of a follow-up picture to this one, so I guess I'll color it, yeah. That's quite a cute expression. God, he's making such a mess. He's very sticky. Not in the NSFW way, just he is very sticky. He's drooling even more. That's a very contented... I'm gonna say... Okay, let me just save this real fast. I mean, I guess Aspen Sunday can be next week, too. It's been 2 weeks in a row, but... you know, it can keep going. Wonder if maybe it'll be like, I'm sick of this fucking Leafeon or something. It's like, it's all he draws now.
Let's start for you, Circuit.
If it was my Pokeball character, he would outuse the Revirus to reform and attack Aspen for revenge.
Don't attack the Leafeon. The Leafeon that's simultaneously gentle but also gurgles everyone. Don't attack him. Before getting eaten again like a dumbass. To be fair, isn't electric pretty bad? Electric doesn't work too well against grass, to be fair. Now, what I picture is, you're talking about your Shinx. I picture Aspen eating your Shinx orally. Revirus reformation. You get your Shinx angrily attacks, headbutts into Devil, gets eaten again. Second time Aspen's less intentional about it, more just kind of confused. Okay. Alright, so I just inverted. So now we shade the other parts of him that are currently flat. Aspen is difficult to shade because when a character has a large part of their body being one color, that creates more of a challenge for shading. But it also means that once you're done with that color, the rest is pretty easy. So we'll just go ahead and do some shading around here. And around here. So I've inverted the selection, so now I've selected everything that isn't previously selected, and with the clipping group it means it's only selecting the color. So, 'tis a good thing. Okay, that's pretty good. I want to shade around this part because of the thickness of the neck and such, so that should all be shaded there. He's got a big. Oh yeah, wait, Key. I keep missing your answer if you've answered it, but Key, is he eating something besides what's already in his belly? Or maybe you just didn't give me that answer because you're mean. I don't remember. One or the other. Look in you, DMs. DMs, look inside yourself. Fair enough. But that's not the question I asked, though. The question I asked was, is there only a belly bill, or is there also something in his mouth? Technically not the same question. Because it does seem like his neck and mouth are bulging in such a way that you might have like that you have some creature going halfway down his throat and halfway to his mouth or something. Perhaps the shakes. I will keep your joke running though because I'm amused. Steam Seer Corey. So that was just intended to be fat rolls and stuff then, which I also approve of. Okay, I might have to adjust that, but that looks pretty good. Let's do... I'll start keep. That's just how much do I want to... Oh, that's pretty good. Thanks, fairly. Well, it's not done yet, but we're making progress. Rid that a little bit. That too. Okay. Not for the slightly tricky part, I guess. That wasn't too tricky. Could probably use a smaller tool though. Let's see. Oh, welcome, Blue Snake. That is angry. Wonder what has upset the Blue Snake. Let's try that. That looks pretty good. If that's acceptable. Angry! I bet you'll like the new Pogger, yeah. It's like reminded, oh yeah. That exists. There we go. That's good. That's actually, you know what? That's probably about right, yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see, we'll add a little bit here too. I like some subtle shading here and there. I'm all about the subtleties, honestly. There, I just pronounced the bulge a little bit. Shall also do right here. How's that look? A twisted spoon? I imagine that's just a spoon that killed somebody. It's a twisted spoon. It's a murderer. That's pretty good. Spruce over the wall, I tell you. Okay, very subtle then. Okay. Now for the, yeah, light effects. Okay, so now let's go over this with... Oh wait, hold on. Stormbound Climb. A song that existed a long time ago in the playlist, but recently got a purpose. Mm-hmm. This is not just... yeah. Do love these paws, by the way, Key. These are nice additions. It's nice to have some stretchiness with a Vore belly. And the more pronounced it's made, the easier it is to kind of, well, accent it like this, like I'm doing. I appreciate it as such. Now, why do I have to play a sad song and a slight peppy one? Because it's good. Also, I like this remix of that sad song. You have to admit, it's really cool to hear a more energetic version of it. It's well done. Bum ba dum da 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 bum da dum. Oh, this wasn't originally a Vore picture? Well, good choice, because it adds a little more depth to the whole situation. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, dum, da-dum. Dum, ba-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Dum, dum, ba-dum. That's pretty good. This requires some delicate shady work, but it's working out. Ba-da-dum-dum. Ba-da-dum-dum. This is 4 pictures? No. Vore, not 4. Vore is the act of consumption, usually swallowing something whole. Gotta be like a bit delicate here. There we go. Too bright still. This song always made me think of a castle. Which is why it's called Ruins now. It was originally from Explorers. Yeah, Chasm Cave.
Ba-da-bum, ba-ba-ba, ba-da-da-bum, da-da-dum, bum, da-da-dum.
Ah, that's good. I like that. Okay, cool. Carefully adding shading to bulges worked out. So let's see. Just a little bit of light here would be good. Yeah, a little bit of light over here, maybe. Squeeze a little bit like right there. Yeah. Okay, cool. Then, so this is vote. Yes, this is a political ad. Aspen, would you like you to vote for the Democrat Party? No. I don't know. Vote for a Pokemon party. Yes. This is acceptable. Ooh, Sunken Tower. Yes, yes. I almost forgot about this tower. Towers are very prominent things in PMD games, and Sunken Tower is too. Remember the Pitch Abyss? Leads to this. A sunken... oh, it's okay, Snake. It's quite okay. I just like to tease. Does raise the question of who built them. Who built all the towers? The Sunken Tower is something that wasn't once sunken, probably, but something that fell to the very depths of the ocean. It sits a little crooked and it's just down there. Lugia or Kyogre. Interesting. Yes, well, there might be some relation to them. Or at least one of them. I love this song. It's just, it has all that depth of water on top of it. This looks pretty good.
Da-dum, da-da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to work? Your work was like, nah, you keep watching Charm stream. Not complaining. Gotta be annoying to be a luxury PMD. You literally live at the core of the earth or natural literal stratosphere. There'll always just be a mystery dungeon. The forms around it lead straight to you, just for anyone to bother you. That's kind of true, yeah. Wait, we're on multiply, so I can just... Yeah! I can darken any part I want. Good. Put a little more darkness to the bottom layer. Which I can multiply, technically. To darken it like that. So maybe 40? Yeah, 40 looks good. I'm just gonna put that here and there, like... Vert, and... Go. That'll do. Yeah, looks pretty good. I think I'm good with that then. Let's do a little cleanup then. Like right here. Oh. What happened? Oh, right. Right here. Ah. Sunshine Tipple. You know Cherrim? The Pokemon that sounds like it has my name, but it's not me. Sunshine Tipple evolves them. Yep, the one I cannot actually pronounce any different from my name. That one. They sound. It is pretty much the same spelling, so. Or pronunciation, I mean, not spelling. Spelling's different. By the way, there's an awful lot of people that say my name is Sharam, or there's even some that say Charam. It's Charam. I don't know where all these E's are coming from. But yeah, Charam and Charam. Charam is the Pokemon, Charam is my name. It is actually a different pronunciation if you notice. I have a problem. But how do I wish to solve it? The problem's right here. Helps a little bit. Okay. That's a fair enough way to transition, I suppose. This looks a little weird, but... Perhaps if I... How's that? Yeah, that seems fine. Alternatively, though, but this is very committal if I do this. But I could. Do I want to? Let me look over the picture first. Make sure there's nothing I want to change before I do this. Actually, there is. Actually, maybe there isn't. Okay. All right, sure. Then I guess I'll do this. I'm a little hesitant to do this, but there's one quick way to get that head looking good, and it's to merge these layers. Oh, that's right there. I forgot about that. I can't merge them because of the way that they overlay. Ah, shit. All right, fine. I guess we'll just do the best we can then. Yeah, that's fine. I'm a bit picky, but does that look bad? I think it looks pretty okay, actually. I guess I could, like... No. Yeah. Put a little more shading right there, just to kind of make that part stand out a bit more. There we go. Still feel like it's too... Still feel like the line bothers me, but... It's accurate enough, I suppose. No, I don't mean the background. I mean... The thing I'm doing on the headlines. I'm wondering if it's headlines. Ah, it's a pun. Just wondering if they're okay, basically. Yeah, it's fine. I think I'm being too picky. Coda does it. Also, Coda! I assume you're the same Coda that drew the art, so thank you. You could be a different Coda, to be fair, but... I'm gonna make assumptions, so it's okay. Got half of a burger. That is not nearly as good as all of a burger, but it's a start. Also cool that my stream is being recommended repeatedly. Also, we're about to boost it again. 75% right now, guys. So if anybody wants to boost it again, there you go. Pretty sure I'm that Coda. If you drew art for me today, then yes. Also, lovely work. Or you can just steal the credit, you know, that's fine too. That was like, I'm totally that. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's the main color done. Thank goodness for that. That was a bit of effort. Now, I guess, actually, you know what? The multiply and screen method would work very well for this too, wouldn't it? Well, to some degree. Still gonna have to split it up thanks to the gradients, but I got competitive and drew Vore. And you did a very good job, by the way. Oh, wait, that's right. We're on, okay. Alright, so we're gonna do his feetsies now. We'll need a darker shade? No. We need a... Actually, will we need a darker shade? Or do we just need a normal shade? I don't remember. Right, it's fine how it is. So we need a... Need a lighter shade? And a darker shade? Is that right? No? Apparently not. Apparently I'm just wrong. Okay, never mind. We'll just leave it how it is then. I never draw Vore. Really? So that was like your first time doing it? Yeah, it's kind of funny because I think he only started doing Vore because of me too. So I'm corrupting people. Ha! So you voluntarily added the Vore then, because I didn't even ask. I mean, you just draw the Aspen and then you decide to add Vore, so. I'm corrupting people, and I don't even have to push it or ask for it. It just happens. I'll take this as a good corruptive influence, if anything, though. It's just, you know, it's just enjoyable. Live a little, you know? I mean, I'll draw whatever it means contesting a stream. You know, you say you're contesting me, but I'm going to probably take that and color you know now. So you're less contesting me and more just adding to my collab projects. You did so well in it, dude. I want to color it. Fuck. I guess it'll be a contest to see if I color this picture or that picture better, though. So that you can see it as a competition that way. Which one will come out looking better at the end with color? I wonder. The answer is they'll both be cute. Is that lighting too light? I feel like it's okay, but... Yeah, I think it looks fine. You didn't know Cheem Cheer would be climbing Temporal Tower. Well... A meeting of legendaries may be required. And I did plural that term. What am I looking at? Well, I will explain. Welcome. This is Aspen the Leafeon. He is a human that got turned into a Leafeon because he was fattened with the maple syrupy-like sap of a plant that basically made him both fat and a Leafeon. He tries to still be human, but occasionally he gets too hungry and animal instincts make him get all hungry and he eats people, like this picture shows. Stop trying to explain it. But I like to explain things. I don't explain things to excuse them. I explain things because I like them. Also, he literally does have a 2-chapter story, so it's pretty easy to talk about him. Because I wrote a big story for him. It's not kinky, bro. It's weird, but it's not... okay, so by standard definition, it is technically kinky in the sense that it does feature kinks in a way. But as far as it being sexual, no. That's the difference. Where's the HECU when you need it? What is the HECU? I do not know of this entity or organization. There we go. I'm going to tone down that. There we go. Like that. It's that weird line between a turn on and a turn off. It is kink adjacent. Hazardous environmental combat. I guess he would be. You know, that's kind of appropriate actually, because he does drip the. He literally does drool the sap that he once was fed. Now he produces it, so he does kind of secrete the sap, which could be considered a hazardous substance. So fair enough, really. It has not been studied as to what this sap could do to other people. So it could be hazard level unknown. Alright, what's next to Shade? I did his feet, I did his main body. Now for his leaves. The leaves are weird and annoying to shade because of the gradient. It messes with my shading a bit, but that's okay. It's not comfortable to even draw it. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, of course, I still very much appreciate that art you did. You did a really good job on it. Oh fuck, Aspen's an SCP. Yeah, but if he was like an SCP, he'd be one of those SCPs that you could talk to and he would not be mean. He's definitely not Keter. Maz Hatter's got to need to get in here a biological containment unit. He'd be Euclid, definitely. Wouldn't say he's safe, because I don't know. He could... We have discussed this. It is possible that since he was fattened and transformed into a Leafeon from a human by the very same sap that he now drools and secretes, it's quite possible that his sap could do the same thing to other humans. I have yet to decide whether or not that's actually a plot point. So if it could, though, then he would definitely be Euclid, I would say. Well, of course, he's also Euclid on the fact that he can eat people, I suppose. Yeah, that's a point. Also, welcome back, Crimson. Yeah, there's a chance of harm. Honestly, thinking about it, most things are Euclid. Like, most things could hurt you. A moose could be considered Euclid, because they're kind of aggressive sometimes. Oh yeah, the Firefox. The only reason I'm staying is because Twitch will just drag me back. You don't have to. You are not forced to stay, Coda. But I appreciate your company. Twitch says otherwise. It's amazing that Twitch is recommending me to people. You know, if we get 25% more donate whatever the thing is to donate to boost the stream, then it'll be pushed on even more people. It's great. No, honestly, I don't mind because people can decide whether or not they want to click my stuff. You know, if it's too heckin' weird for them, they don't want to click. That's totally fine. If their curiosity gets the best of them, they're curious to stop by. Well, I'm gonna say hi to them. I do weird shit sometimes on my stream, but I'm not an unapproachable person either. At least I try not to be. $9.99, the orange slime, aka the tickle. I feel like I read that one. Orange is considered safe, as is God. Actually, yeah, God doesn't hurt anybody, right? It's labeled Fatfur Vore, so people don't probably know what... Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever I do my weird art streams, I always make sure that the title has labels, so you know kind of, like, what you're getting into. I saw the thumbnail, my immediate reaction was, what in the secured, contained, protected fuck? Hey, whatever gets the views, right? Hey, grabbing people's attention is part of the job of a YouTuber slash streamer like myself, so... Hey, I'm doing my job. I suppose. Schoolwork. Well, have fun with that. Except for schoolwork isn't fun, but still, have fun with that. Okay, let's see. Do I... Yeah, that's fine. Okay. No, great, I got hiccups now. Or maybe just a temporary one. I don't really get hiccups, I notice. I get like one hiccup. And then it just kind of stops. Which is good. And now that I'm here, 3 hours of time wasted. You mean the artwork? Well, I very much appreciate the artwork, so you don't have to consider it a waste. Or you just hanging out here as 3 hours of time wasted. I'm not complaining too much about your streams. I was looking for creepy things when I found your content. Well, I try to aim more for this is heckin' bizarre rather than this is heckin' creepy, but fair enough, I suppose. Right, so I gotta do some adjustments to, like... I'll do it in a minute, though. I gotta edit the shading and lighting to actually work with the gradient, but I'll worry about that in a minute. That should be fine. Look at this drawing, makes me hungry. Okay, look, if his sap isn't actually like dangerous to humans, because I don't know yet, I haven't decided that, then it is worth noting that it's delicious. It's basically maple honey. You could have it on pancakes, it'd be fine. Is it weird? Yes. Is it practical to have a Leafeon around that just gives you free maple syrup? Yes. Yes, it is key. It's the extra link or something. I think that's what it's called. Oh, I messed up, didn't I? Wait, no I didn't. I made 2 layers. Wait, why did I make 2 layers? Okay, whatever. This layer have anything important on it? Nope. Okay. Oh, wait, that's right. I'm not shading that because it's a... Because it is a silhouette. I'm just laying in my bed in my fox onesie. Look at this now. You have a fox onesie? I'm envious. I want a onesie. I don't own a onesie. I want a onesie. Something like a fox onesie would be even better. I'm jealous now. Onesies are just comfy looking. Oh, Metasonic asked a question. Will they be turned into a Leafeon or a different Pokemon like a grass-type thing Pokemon? So it's actually possible that if Aspen Sap is transformative, it might turn them into other kind of grass types and stuff, or just forest Pokemon. Probably grass types, though. The transformative Sap, I implied it to be turning... I implied that it was turning things into more than just Leafeons. That Aspen got turned into Leafeon, but there was probably like some Deerlings or Sawsbucks or... you know, other grass-type Pokemon that may have been made that way because of that sap. A Sappy Satisfaction is just quite a name. You could say it's a kind of a sappy title, honestly. Stop. It's quite colorful, doesn't smell bad even after sitting in a closet for a year. I mean, if your closet's clean. Might be a little dusty at worst, but... Ability Sap Sipper. Undoubtedly. What's that ability do in Pokemon? I forget. If it does transform... I'll say this, though. If it does transform you, it transforms you to a fat version of whatever Pokemon it's turning you into. Definitely, because that's what happened to Aspen. Okay, so now I need to... Right. Here's some other references, by the way, for those just joining. My favorite one is... I like this one a lot. He tries to act like a human. Because he is technically still human-minded, usually. So he puts on clothes, and then they break because he eats too much. Stop with the sap puns. Are they a little too sticky for your brain? They just stick in there. Because it's not even a good pun. I'm just fucking around now. Okay, I'm done. I'll stop torturing you. Okay, let's, so if I just apply, okay, so, right. Preserve opacity, preserve opacity, preserve opacity, okay, there. Now if I just... Yeah, okay, so it does work that way. Alright, good. There. Good. Looks good. Okay, good. Then... kind of the end there. Really there though. Those are good. Okay. Good. Maybe a little slight on that one though. Yeah. There's something about that's good. Just the brightness is hard sometimes. Yeah, I think I like 50%. That's good. Okay. And back over here. I guess all of that, like so. Yeah, that's good. Did you do the line work? No, Key did the line work. I like to do collabs. I can do line work. But I prefer color. I prefer working with colors. So whenever possible, I like to do collabs. I'm sure I wasted my time making a fully painted icon of your OC. Ha ha ha. You know, this is the face that I'd be. Well, that would be really great. I might even use it as an avatar or something. You definitely have some artistic talent. I can tell from the other picture. I can show you guys, after this picture's done, I can show you something I've worked on myself, though. Like, totally myself. I need to do more personal projects. I just like collabs so much. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But... Alright, this is coming together. We're actually pretty close to done now. Just a few little things left. I'm gonna have to figure out a background. Okay, there we go. If you were to color the art, should I ink it? You can if you want to. Here's the thing, I'm really adept at coloring. I can color some really scratchy sketches. So I'm quite adept at collaboration. So you can, if you want to line it, feel free. But if you don't really care, don't worry about it. Working lines is easier, admittedly, but I can work with sketches too. Actually, the hardest artwork I've ever collaborated on was actually something lined, which surprised me. It was art from this artist known as Min, M-I-N. And their line work style was so precise that the coloration required a similar level of precision. Like, I had to be very careful where I colored. And it was very, very precise work. Jeez. Is my stylus doing the thing again? That's fine, okay. There we go, okay. Cute. Alright, admittedly, it is always nice to have something lined rather than sketched when it comes to working on a project. It does end up looking a little bit nicer at the end. That doesn't say sketches look bad, though. Here's an example of something I colored, if you didn't see it earlier. Here's an example of... Oh, thank you, Solomon. Here's an example of something I colored last Sunday. This was pretty sketchy. This was... You want to know, check this out, actually. This is fairly sketchy, but it was actually originally even sketchier. Here's how it was originally. It was originally just a paper sketch like this. So help me God, I'm never removing notebook lines from an image again. Holy crap, that took me forever. Removing all those notebook lines, man. That was a project. Worth it, though. End result's adorable. Oh gosh. My arm just twitched. I guess it needs a break. I'd make something like that, but I personally wouldn't spend that much time on Vore. Well, actually, that sequence was technically not Vore. That was Fatfurism. That was just getting fed a lot of food. Not actually Vore. Point still stands probably that you made, though. Totally fair. I just had to pull out, well, actually, it's not Vore. Peppers may be a bit better, though. They're certainly a lot softer. I have all sorts of interests, though, including, like, other ones that are cuter and less weird. Let's see here. Yeah, there are commands. That's weird. Why is this not working? Oh, it is working. Okay. Oh no! Oh no, you lost. Oh shit. Uh oh. Is it an important stream? Okay. Well, that's a little less bad, but... Sorry. Aw. Well, that is interesting. Art stream or... You probably should get going though, huh? It's okay. I do the same thing sometimes, like losing track of time. Yeah, I only start stream day, but I got everything figured out pretty well. That's good. Stream is fun to do. Sundays are my art days, but I do gaming during other days. Dude, just art. Fair enough. Well, like I said, I was pretty impressed with your skills, so I think that you doing art streams, that definitely sounds interesting. I like Friday because I'm not good at anything else. Aw. I'm sort of a jack of all trades sort, so I'm different in that regard, but I could never really master anything, so... Yeah. That's the trade-off for being a jack of all trades, master none. Smash. I'm terrible at Smash. By the way, I think we're done. I think I'll just be lazy and use the trick I used last time for the background, which was have an AI do it, which was actually pretty fun because then I just tweaked it around a bit. Let's consider. Excel at adapting, though. That's true. I can definitely adapt to things. I don't even have Smash. I do have a Switch. I can indeed stream the Switch. But... Alright, let me go to that one background generator. bggenerator.com is a pretty dang good, useful website. Let's see what we can do with it. I'm sure you will. I will sure you will, Key Squid. I suck at all fighting games, and that includes Smash. You done for tonight? Not quite. We're doing a background. But after that... I guess I'm done for the night after that, yeah. Now let's see. What size do I want? What size am I working on? Let's see. Still want to do more. Nah, this is definitely the one project for today. 2000 by 1500. Huh. Odd resolution. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Okay. Let's try... Oh, neat. I just found out something really neat. Hold on a second. Alpha. What's this do? Oh, okay. I get it. Shape amount 20? How about like 200? Is that good? Oh god, no, that's not good. Ow, ow, ow. Alright, I'm just gonna quickly generate something cool. Actually, wait. Hold on a minute. That's what I thought. If you're not gonna stream, I'm going to. I'll keep the Vore alive. Never expect me to save that again. If you do Vore, I will pop by. I will casually lurk a little bit. Honestly, just if that is that actually, you know what? I could just move my viewers to your stream if you like. We could raid you. Some people keep telling me I need to do more raids. Alright, we'll do that. I'm just deciding on background first. Let's see. Maybe, I might take a Pokemon Masters background. They're pretty cool. What environment do I want to put him into? Let's see. Well, I found an adorable Eevee. That's good. Oh, this is a complete mess of images. Oh, here we go. Cool. Something in a wallpapers compilation of Pokemon Masters. That's great, because, oh, they make character wallpaper. Well, what about backgrounds? I suppose I'll just use one of these then. What environment do we want to put him in? Looking around for things to watch brought me back here. Why? Because I'm popular. Actually, I don't really know why. I'm not popular. Last 3 days, setting up the layout, scenes of fucking Snorlax. Oh, you like kitted it out your stream? That's cool. Eager to see what that looks like. Yeah, let me focus here. I need to figure out maybe this one. I do like that background. I'll just end up using all the Pokemon Master backgrounds for different pictures. I mean, they're nice backgrounds. All right, let's put him on a sunny beach. This sounds appropriate. I'm not always slow in artwork, Fox, just usually. Actually, what's yeah. I like water. Put him on a beach. I'm debating. There's no oh escape. Never say that again, Hyper. Should we make him a beach? Should we make him a beach? What am I trying to think of? A beach leaf? A beachian? I don't know. That's one option. Another option. Probably not a volcano. I don't think a Leafeon is very comfortable there. We also have this one, though. I'm not really sure what this environment is. Still pretty cool looking. There's a weird spiky thing down there. Alright. There is a forest background for Pokemon Masters, but I've already used it for another picture. Let me see if I can find another forest. Oh, here we go. Look, you haven't said worse, you fucking Thanos dog. I'm not fucking... I don't even watch that movie. Sheesh. Oh, this looks nice. Maybe I'll use this. Always a good source is anime images. Like... still frames from an anime. Always good. Always a good source of, just, you know, backgrounds. I don't really understand Pinterest. It links things from other places, and I don't like that. Oh god, now you got other people saying you goddamn Hyper. That's kind of cool. So I'm looking at things in the background, by the way. I know you guys aren't seeing much going on, but I am looking for just stills from the anime. Say anything useful. Oh, is this just like... Huh. Oh, well, that's kind of convenient. I found just some royalty-free background stuff that looks actually really nice. Can I, like, go to that? Okay, there we go. I didn't know about this website. A game dev website I wasn't aware of. Interesting. I don't think it's quite what I'm looking for, though. It's called... I just closed it. God damn it. Why'd you ask that now? Game Dev Market? I don't know. It looks okay. I don't really know. So what I'm very careful with, if I am using an image elsewhere, I want to make sure it's not just somebody else's art that I'm just taking, obviously. Anime frame stills, like official Pokemon anime stills, I'm happy using those. But if somebody just drew something, I'm not going to just take it. That's why I pay attention to what I'm picking out. And yes, I can do my own background, technically. I just... By the time I get done with a project, I'm usually too tired. So... So is that from an anime? Yeah, that's from the anime. Oh wow, some of these are really pretty. Actually, a little too pretty, I think. The problem is when you're trying to look for backgrounds, it's really hard to tell if... Okay, hold on a minute. I'm gonna do the other trick. Right. Backgrounds can be hard sometimes, guys. Not that one. Let's see. A nice casual forest photo would be fine. I'm gonna use another trick. Some of you know the trick already. Others of you don't. But there's a trick I can use to make any photo an oil painting. And it looks really nice. So sometimes I will just take a photo and I'll make it an oil painting. Yeah. Oh, this one's pretty good. Actually, those logs are really weird looking. I'm looking for something that just kind of has just a good general level of lighting. Nothing too dark. Nothing too overgrown. I need like a... It's best if I have a flat path so it doesn't look unnatural. Alright, let's see. I think I've almost got it. Just give me a min. Decently lit path. Let's see. This one might work. Obviously, as you blow it up, it looks horrible. But that's not a problem, actually. Not for me, at least. The question is, how much do I want to blow it up? It's probably about good. Look how bad this photo looks, but that's fine. It's all part of the plan. In fact, if it's a bad photo, it looks even better for the trick. Big trees. Maybe too big. He's gigantic! I just throw him in the picture. He's like, oh, it's massive. Massive boy. I don't... It's kind of amusing, but... He's not really that massive. It's okay. I could use this. Let me look a little harder, though. See if I can find something better. Actually, what might provide me better lighting for what I need? There we go. I kind of like that one. Something with a bit of sun would be nice. You just catch Naruto and Suzuki as Pokemon yelling at each other. Now it's faced a moral dilemma. Make it in full draw and call it quits. What Pokemon, I must ask? Oh, you drew him as the poodle doggos. I'm happy with this. Okay, I think I've got it. I think I know what I want to do. It's looking for something really nice and sunny, but I'm not really finding much that's sunny. Well, there's so many pictures that people have taken of parks where it's just bad weather, and I don't really understand why. Why are you at a park for bad weather? I mean, it's okay to go to the park in bad weather, but... like, it's kind of weird not to go... like, there's no photos of a sunny park, and it's kind of weird. Oh, that's got... oh, I like this one. It does, however, have the dreaded stock photo watermark. God damn it. Admittedly, it's very faint in that one. Bad Dragon, take that as you will. If you're talking the website, then I'll take that as... yeah. What I'd like to know is why you said it. Alright, alright. I'm spending too long looking for cool things. Probably just use this one. It is surprisingly hard to find just the right photo. Alright, let's try this one out. Okay, he's still gigantic compared to the street light, but we're getting somewhere with this. I just want a nice sunny picture. This is the best I can really do, it seems. Park works too, though. Maybe I should add the word sunny into my search. That might help. That helped a bit. Oh! Oh, thank you, Crimson. Again! It's like the fourth time I've thanked you tonight. Apologies for the boring waiting around for me to find a background. At this rate, I probably should just use the background generator. Ooh. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's also very small. They think that would stop me. It won't stop me. Okay, so you want me to pay $9 for this. Or I could take the small version and make use of that. Nobody said I couldn't take the small version. They're only charging for the big one. See, that's how you find the loopholes. You take the small version, it doesn't look great, but don't worry. There's a trick. Crimson, you are wonderful. Let's put the trees over here. I'm feeling a little more like oh. The only problem with this one is it kind of looks like a desktop background. It kind of looks like the default Windows XP. Let's see if I can mess with its color scheme a little bit. Yeah, more vibrant. Not that much. Okay. What do you think? Is this a good one? Now, here's the thing. See, the stock image site, they sell the big version of this, right? But they still let you look at a small one because they're like, ah, nobody's gonna want the small version. We could show a small version. Then people will buy the big version. Yo, guess what, buddy? I want the small version. And here's why I want the small version. It looks like crap, right? But there's a trick, my friends. Check this out. So, you zoom in. Look at this crap. Look at this. This is bad, right? Really bad looking. It's unusable, this resolution. Unless you do something to it. This is why we have opened my other program, GIMP. So let's see here. Let's do a little bit of adjustment. And is that good? Let's see. Yeah, that probably would work. Let's try that out. Watch what happens. There we go. Yep. Look at that. Got a shitty JPEG, you want to use the background? Oilify it. Gives it a really nice effect. Blends it nicely with drawn art. It's a fun effect. And just like that, looks way better. It also sharpens everything too. Now add a happy sun. Yes. Yes, I agree. Which is why I've now added a happy sun, though you can't see it because I didn't close the program. Happy sun added. Doing some light work on some Pokemon and then taking viewer requests until I run out of Red Bull. Flawless title. Yeah, sounds good. It is Sinka. It is Sinka inspired a little bit. I'm not actually gonna have a son. I mean, we could, but yeah, I think I'm happy with how this looks. I might oilify it a bit more, actually. I did close skimp entirely, unfortunately. Let me try one more thing. Okay. Actually gonna... It's a good photo, though. The question is, can I do a better one? Actually, wait, yes I can. I love this stock image site. They give you all these small previews that they expect you to not be able to use. And then they they do not expect my abilities, my friends. But again, they are offering the small versions for free. By technicality. Also, I found what I was looking for. I found a picture of the sun. 1 second. Looks good. I think I'll do that. I think I like that one a little bit more. It's a little less generic. You'll see it in a second. Once again, turn things a little more green. There we go. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this one. Let me share it with you guys. So, instead of this one, which kind of is flat, look at this one. This one has a nicer perspective, in my opinion. So let's actually use this one. It's a little more dynamic. Also, good to hear, Mig. Also, we got some sun in the corner, which is, you know, there we go. We added a happy sun, like requested. Now the question is, how much to oilify this? I might oilify this a little stronger than the other one. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I like that. I was more aggressive on the oilify this time, which actually creates a really nice abstract effect if you push it really hard. Oh yeah, I'm digging that. Let's drop that in and see how that does for us. So again, here's the original, and drop in. I like how the oilify still maintained the kind of sun glare. Also, just having the sun beaming down on him would make him happier. So, you know. That looks pretty good. One more thing I'd like to do over here. Let's see if it helps the look of things. I don't know. It might not. It might. Sometimes this adds a little extra texturing. Let's see how that looks. Yeah. A little more illustration to the trees that way. Thickens them up a bit. Yeah, that might actually be good. Let's try that out. I made a subtle change, which basically just makes things... Yeah. Adds a bit more illustrative value to the background. Basically matching it to the lines a little bit better. Though I could push it a bit further. It's always it's not a matter of if I want to use the effect, it's a matter of how much do I want to use the effect. I could always push it a lot harder. Like that. Does make the grass a little weird though. Well, not really actually. No, actually, I think I like that. I'll go a little bit further with it then. Okay. Let's see which looks better. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Coda. I'm almost ready to switch over to you, though. I think I'll keep it to the lighter version. There we go. Okay. Now, how can we make his hearts more defined? We have a few last things we need to do. One thing is pretty simple, actually. Yeah, let's rate Coda. He did a wonderful picture if you'll check CPG fan art. And it always seems fair to rate him. Backlight? Oh yeah, actually, I just remembered I forgot something. But it's not a big deal. Let's... For that though, let's... Go. Little bit of shading here. A little bit of shadowing. Get him blended into the picture a bit better that way. And obviously, if the shadow on the ground would be aiming that direction. No. Yeah, it doesn't matter that much. There's a slight lack of consistency with the shading, but one could argue the hip is also blocking some light. It's fine. It's really just a matter of which direction do I want the sun coming from. I think I like it on the left more. Yes, I'm going to add a second layer of light, actually, to Aspen. Like just a little bit of extra shading. That will kind of define the... You'll see what I mean. We'll do it now, actually. Fortunately, he's implied to be a sled under a tree, which could also affect his lighting. I just have there's a lot of flexibility as to how his light works, how the lighting works. There's nothing forcing it to be a certain way, which is handy. But I do like the sun being there because it adds that, because he does actually absorb energy from the sun. He's chlorophylltic, so it's nice to have it there because that would make him all the happier. Let's go like this. See, I can just like apply a casual, like if I say we had a tree canopy above him, I can just do this. Put a little light on top of him, but what I'm gonna do is just apply a little bit like around this side of him. There we go. And you see what I did? Without affecting the shading directly, I have applied sort of this layer of additional shading, which I'm going to probably adjust the opacity of a little bit, but sort of to, and also I could do the opposite too as well. Right, hold on. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone is interested to be a Twitch partner, it might be interesting to do a dual stream of other. You're correct, everyone would be a Twitch partner. That's another thing. Again, guys, help me reach partner. It's another reason. That one. Okay, 50%, 15% seems good. And then 15% for, please. No, not 14. No, not 16. Not 14. Not 15. God, I hate sliders. Sliders just fucking suck. And then screen this one. And actually, you know what? Okay, let's see how that looks when I... Do I like that or do I hate that? That's the real question. I kind of... Indecisive. Nah, I prefer making it prominent. Sometimes it's worth breaking a lighting rule just to make a character stand out better. I think it's one of those times. Good night to you, Crimson. Have a good work day, okay? Now, as for the backdrop lighting idea that somebody else suggested, that's a good one. We can just do this. Grab the color, brighten it, and more, like that. Yeah, like that, but... Photoshops can be really annoying at larger brush sizes. 1/4 of 66, halfway up the bar is 10. But yeah, why does it have to be a bar? You know? There's other things you could use. Or just at the very least, let me type the number manually. Some bars let you type the number into them. Not in this case, though. Side doesn't let you do that. It's hard to make them stand out, I'll be honest. Because design. It's just like... I understand that a slider allows you to get a whole lot of different values altogether. But if there's no way to, like... There's a few things that can be done. Being able to type in a specific number to go right to it. Using your arrow keys to move it one by one. That's another thing that you can do sometimes with it bars. But when those not every bar has that feature though, or those features, which is a shame. It's not bad. It makes them stand up pretty well. Nah, I prefer him being I was considering outlining Aspen, but nah. Looks better out. So let's just gradient the edges of this so it doesn't look so weird. And there. And there, okay. Yeah, I think that does a nice job of making that stand out. Alright, cool. I like it. I'm gonna do one more thing. Aside from the other thing. I got a few... There's a few loose ends to tie up, to put it simply. One loose end is maybe making the picture just a little bit darker. To make Aspen stand out just a little bit more. I'm not sure if that ruins the vibrancy, though. Actually, I could do this. There we go. There we go. Make him stand out just a little bit more from it. Ah, it's okay, Blink. It's practically over with, but you have a good night. He does look pretty happy here. Actually, maybe the background's fine just how it is. Maybe best adjusted at a smaller value. Like that. Okay. There we go. Just the right amount. Which also means this should be a little darker, though. Yeah. Alright, guys. I think I've got it now. Good, 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 good. Whatever this thing is, I'm petting it. Hi, folk guy. This is Aspen the Leafeon. He used to be a human, but then he got fed transformative maple honey syrupy sap, which turned him into a fat, leafy boy. It also leaks the stuff now, which is why his drool is weird colored. He drools maple syrup, to put it simply. Also, I think we're about done here. Last step. Okay. Okay, let's see. It is required to add belly blush. I don't know, man. I've started adding belly blush to basically everything I work on. Well, actually, I should probably put it underneath these layers. Yeah. Yeah, belly blush is now required. This makes things look good. I think just one swath at the bottom is good. You could perhaps add a little bit, like, at the paws. Maybe a little bit right here. Where there's stretch, there's blush. Seems logical. I might not keep it though. I'm thinking about it. You know what? I'm okay with it, but like, I think I would actually like to do that part differently. Do you guys like the blushy belly stuff I do? Out of curiosity? I started picking up this habit ever since. Well, I originally got enthralled by it because of doing some impreg pictures. And then from there, like, belly blush is appropriate there. And then from there, I just was like, I like belly blush, I want it on everything. So then I started adding to everything. And that was the saga of the belly blush. Finishing touches can be quite the project sometimes themselves. I feel like I should add. There we go. And then tone it down, I think. Have it be a bit lighter. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's good. What do you... Personally don't get it, but that's probably because I like my fat bellies to not be under pressure. Meanwhile, Aspen is gorging. I like how Yam's the only one that actually answered my question, though. You sillies. Oh, you know what, though? No. That's not where they only have this. Little on the cheeks. Yes. Probably not that bright though. Hold on. Put a little layer right there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Just a little bit. Adds a nice little bit of extra, like, just stuff going onto his cheeks. It's good. Makes him stand out more. Could also go like this. I wanted to make it a little brighter. Or, yeah, like that. What a blushy boy. Maybe I shouldn't even do a gradient. Perhaps I should just, like... Oh, hold on. I will raid you soon, Coda. I'm sorry. Just doing some finishing touches. That's good. I don't know, maybe I'll make it a little thinner, actually. The line strategy for blush on the snout has to be done at an angle. There we go. Probably better off of a smaller line size. Ah, okay. There's a few methods to do this. Aspen is fucking huge compared to those trees. Well, they are in the background. Perspective is not uniform. It's not the ending Indian song. To answer your question, boy. There's two. But you're right, I do have to watch out for that one song playing, because playlist will probably turn it on. Okay, that's pretty cute. I think we're good with that. Could maybe... Okay. Now I can take this turn down, but not have it as low as the other one. I feel like 50%. Let's see. Is that good? Hey, Meathy. Finishing touches sometimes take me a while, I realize. It's fine, though. It's because I'm, like, picky. What do you think? Do you guys like the muzzle blush or not? I was kind of debating it with myself, so... Sort of like, is it too simple, you know? Did you get potatoes? Ah, I'd love some potato chips. It sounds really nice right now. I might go a little faster if people actually offered some thoughts. I am asking these questions and nobody answers, and then I'm like, okay, I guess I'll figure it out on my own, and then it takes longer. To be fair. I like the gradient brush, yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to use it, though. I guess I could just, like... Trying to figure out the right size. Actually, wait. That might work. That looks a little more natural, and I'm not sure why. Probably because of the gradient. I think I'll go with that. I think it gets the squigglies, the ziggy knit looks better. Let's see. If it's songs, I need to be careful about showing names for these. Actually, you know what, you guys? There we go. Okay. I will hide things, just in case that a Vit song shows up that does actually spoil things. Plus should be mostly transparent. What do you mean by that? I want it to be a little bit visible. Make the cheeks just a little... No, that's too much. Maybe they were fine where they were. Actually, they are kind of fine where they are, aren't they? Maybe just the smallest little bit. I like him being a blushy boy. What can I say? Nah, I like it the other way. Alright, we'll just keep it be light blush. Light blush. Okay, so when you say the brush should be mostly transparent, do you mean that you want the opacity turned down more on this? It's at 43% opacity. I could reduce it. Here's 30. No, I'm not gonna drop lore, I'll drop hints. Such as how this is a villain song. I like how it is. I like how it is too. It does have transparency applied to it, so... okay, so I think that is about it. What was there one more thing? Yes, there was. One more thing. Two more things. God damn it. You prefer 30? Okay. Two more things. First thing. I might have to change the color on this, but... Or maybe not, actually. Not too bright. Need to be very gentle with this one. Just trying to create a little bit of an outline. Yeah, I'll do. Good. And then lastly... I'm getting there, code. Almost! This is literally the last thing unless something crazy pops up. The last thing is... Where the fuck is that layer? There it is. Found it. Alright. This goes underneath that. Right. Distinctly I noticed that... Well, that should just be... Actually, wait. Could I just... I guess I could. What? Okay. It just kind of occurs to me like, I need to put that more of a red tone. There we go. Maybe not that red. Just like that. Yeah, that's good. Now it looks more like a pit you can fall into. As it should be. Oh, well that was quite a stretch. Good. I think we are satisfied as Aspen now. I'm gonna go back over to Gimp though, and just do this. Nah, it's too much. Pretty sure, anyways. Yeah, it is. I'm a man of I'm not done until I'm absolutely sure I like it. Which isn't really a man of anything. That's not really a man statement. What? But... I'm done with art when I run out of ideas of things to improve. To put it simply. I'm sorry. All right. My apologies. I'm done. I'm done. We have ourselves a very tubby boy that is done. Okay. Save. I want an ice... Oh, goddamn, now I want an ice cream sandwich. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you taunt... Actually, wait, I might need this. How dare you taunt me, though? Okay. Now we save the project. And we also... Yes. There's still some wind down I gotta do, but we are working our way to done. Actually, I can do the wind down myself, so I can get the raid over to you. That sounds like a better idea. Let me just finish the last little bit and do my outro. Last little bit being simply saving the artwork and... What was the title of this picture again? Right, a Sappy Satisfaction. There. And, with that saved properly, I can now merge that set together. Yeah, there we go. If you're wondering what I'm up to, I'm saving a PSD right now. You forgot you named it that? No, you named it Sappy Smile. I named it a Sappy Satisfaction off of that. Okay. So now we have this. We have this for a reason. But, before we do that, that is the end of the picture. It's a good ending picture song. For YouTube viewers, the link of the image will be in the description if you want to take a look and a gander at it. And that was fun. That was a good project. Key Squid did a good job on this. It was cute, scriggly, nice. It's fun having it was fun having everyone too, because got to do a lot of new viewers here today. New people to talk to is always fun. And yeah, just you guys keep it real. And I'll see you guys, YouTube audience, on Tuesday. For well, for what? For what indeed? Probably a howler for an hour. It's probably a howler for an hour. But yeah, I'll see you guys then.